Hello, gamers, and welcome to the March 2024 Stay Plugged In Showcase of Fortnite. I am Evie, aka Cute Noob. Along with me on this journey is going to be Orbital. Orbital, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling all right. Hopefully everyone's feeling good. We got a lot of players showing up here. Hopefully going to show us a good time for about $500 in the prize pool. I think it's going to be an enjoyable day.
I agree. Anytime there's some money to play some video games, I'm always feeling absolutely amazing. But let me tell you guys a little bit more about Stay Plugged In. It is a premier esports recruiting platform for college scholarships, providing opportunities for students to compete in front of a network of hundreds of college esport programs with the potential of earning a scholarship. Stay Plugged In is the go-to source for collegiate and high school recruiting opportunities. Better person, better player, better recruits.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's great. It's something that I've been here with Stay Plugged In for a while. Spin has been amazing in terms of the showcases as well as their tournaments. You know, being able to allow some of these players into the open tournament, you know, play and have fun. It's something that I never got to see when I was growing up, when I was in school. So to see an actual pathway for some players that are hoping to go into esports as a profession or at least try and make their mark, right? I think it's fantastic to see that Spin is actively hoping to help those students try and make it.
Yeah, I can only imagine being in high school or even being in college and being like, hey, you could play video games and earn some cash on top of that. Oh my, I would have gone crazy. 15-year-old me, 13-year-old me would have been like, yes, let's do it. But let's talk about the format of this tournament and what our audience can expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into this Fortnite tournament, it is going to be, as we said, a showcase. So we have quite a few players signed up, and they'll be dropping into the main current Fortnite map. They'll all be dropping in. It'll only be them in the lobby, so I know it's a fairly large map. So we'll be going over some of the players that'll be showing up here. But it is going to be 4 rounds total, totaling both placement and elimination. So all of those will be totaled across 4 different rounds. And, of course, with the standardized point system, it'll be listed, and we will give you updated scores at the end. The top 4, I believe, out of the top 4 out of the players that we have here today, after 4 cumulative rounds, will go ahead and earn a piece of that prize pool.
Yeah, and that prize pool, as we talked about, being $500. So this kind of leads me into, let's talk about the new map. What are your thoughts? I know it just came out yesterday. So how do you feel about the new POIs?
Oh, listen, it's, in Fortnite, I always have trouble in general of landing properly, and in the POIs, I always do appreciate that they have a decent mixture. This time around, I would say it's a little bit more, I want to say brighter is the best way to put it. It feels a little bit more vibrant. It feels a little bit more shocking on the eyes, so I always appreciate it. I do appreciate the fact that clarity's sake is a big namesay, but again, it's going to be, especially with the number of players currently dropping in, I'm not sure if we'll see all of them, but I do appreciate the openness it does kind of have as a, yeah, it's like we were talking about, just a little bit brighter in terms of the variety and background.
Yeah, I agree. I also really enjoy that we have gone into like a new era for Fortnite, right? We went through the superhero, we went through like the space kind of theme, but now we're going into like mythological. We're here to kind of go over Zeus. We're here to see a little bit more of those Greek goddesses and gods. So I'm really excited. I really like the newest edition of like the Thunderbolt. I wonder if some of our players here will be using them. I actually see a player here holding one out, so I'm
Yes.
excited.
Yes, it is. I will always say it's quite entertaining seeing all the weapons and gadgets that are always tossed in, and having Zeus's Thunderbolt be one of those is very fun. Or Lightning Bolt. Someone's gonna yell at me for that later, saying Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah, this is gonna be quite fun, and you'll get to see a couple of the players join in. As you can see, you see the you placed 12th at the top. We have our awesome observers trying to give us the best showing here, and I think we got Mr. Mister is one of the players here. Is a programming and software development is where they're trying to kind of focus on with data management and technology over at Illinois Institute of Tech. Very, very nice.
I mean, if you're a gamer, you love the gadgets, the tinkering around. So
Right.
I'm not surprised that that's going to be our our pathway through life here.
Mhm.
I think that's a really, really good choice there. Um, and as you mentioned, some of these players, they are looking forward to their future, but they also love
Ooh.
to have gaming be a part of it. And we're already going to get some action here.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it's
we do see a little bit.
I don't know. I'm surprised again with the number of players we have. I didn't expect to have a fight already.
Yeah, they're ready to go. I mean, it's the AM. It's the best time to start grinding some Fortnite, especially on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting to watch. Again, this is part of the thing. So a huge part is, again, you can see on the right side of the screen there are only about 11 players here. I believe a couple already got eliminated. So a part of this is the fact that staying alive can net you very high point control, right? Each round, again, placements generally matter a little bit more than eliminations, and with the number of players you have, I mean, it's not a bad idea to just, you know, if you don't have the if you don't have, you know, that 60%, 70% advantage, might as well just dip. It's not a bad call if you're looking. However, in this current situation, it is going to be a little bit of a bully. Lightning bolt goes out, throwing it down as much as you can. Doesn't look like you really got as much damage as you would have liked, but so far OKK is maybe just gonna hide it out, wait for someone else to come to them. Ooh.
Or their opponent's just going to go straight into them and try to continue the action. As you mentioned, this is a build.
Oh!
So controlling that build will be up to bar. Oh, they grenaded away. They said, we don't really want this. What
That's... I love it.
I'm so
I
sad.
love it. I know you're sad about this, but this is exactly what we talked about, right? It sounds like you enjoy the fight. It sounds like you're thrilled of the fight here, cute noob.
I wanted it. I mean, come on. It's a 9 a.m. If any time is the best, it's right now. Start with the action. Give us a treat. Don't spoil us too much, because sometimes it does happen where we get so hyped at the beginning of a series, and we're like, okay, we're going to go through it, and then all of a sudden it kind of fizzles out, which is kind of what's happening to us right now, right?
Yeah, and a huge part of this is, again, with so few players kind of locked in here at the end, it's a thought of how geared can you get for the final battle, right? That's a huge part of it, you know, how efficiently can you gather loot as well, and I mean, this is also why. If you go ahead and just spawn in these NPCs, you gather a little bit extra in the back end, and you loot up for that final battle. It's one of the reasons why I was pointing out it's not bad to say you don't want to fight in some of these situations, that you do want to have better loot, you want to have a better... Alright, there we go. Got the last shot.
I'm actually surprised that Mr. is going on with this fight. So this is a new POI, like we mentioned earlier, and it gives you that medallion, which some of them give you extra shield, extra health, more damage to your weapons. I personally have not messed around with this Hades medallion, so I'm not 100% sure how it goes about and what it's going to grant. But to go into this fight knowing that there's an opponent nearby takes guts.
It's, well, you assume that they already left, right? And, of course, at the same time, you're like, okay, no, they didn't leave. As much as we wanted them to leave, they didn't. In that meantime, though, another player did drop. You can go ahead and see it's 10 players left, so you are already going to gather a few points, but there you go. A couple thoughts moving in here as with the clear out, this is actually OKK right now, and Mr. I think, is somewhere off the map. I don't know where Mr. is, but this is the dangerous part, right? How well can you actually get kind of this bully moment down? And you don't want to give away your own position, but you want to get higher position and keep eyes on your opponent, who is currently running around in this kind of vertical mystery map. Good little block there with the walls. It's going to try and build their way forward, but it's a little bit contained here. Take a look. It's very tightly enclosed, right? The ceiling, I think, is still up and available, so there's only so high you can build.
Oh, this seems like a cat and mouse situation. Who's the cat? Who's the mouse? I have no idea. All I know at this moment is OKK is trying to make things work. Potentially thinking about destroying some of this build with the Thunderbolts, which I actually really like. Or Lightning Strike, excuse me.
Really dangerous.
It does?
That's a shot.
Oh, we see some damage.
Yep, 80% and then some. Shotties are out, and maybe you can roll your way through, but you got to break through the wall. Can you do it? Quick builds from their opponent. Not sure who this is, but it's a hard sprint. At this point, you can see about half mats. There are almost no mats right now, and you got to chase in. Good 64 shot again, but still alive. And unfortunately, now you just got to break through. You don't have any more on you. You got 36 on wood, but that's not that much, as much as you would like, so kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. OKK just kind of going, okay, what can I do? Hard sprint out!
Their opponent's out, dipped out, gone.
I love it.
Nowhere to be seen. Wait, no, actually still remained. Doing some damage.
Oh!
Gets that triple barrel to the face of their opponent. OKK remaining to keep safety within the shields and find some extra ammo for this shotgun. But remember, the boss is still in the mix. If you eliminate that boss, there could be that potential of getting that extra bonus. Looking to finish that off before their opponent finds them, but eventually needs to run to safety.
Yeah, I think they're fine. They got their opponent. Remember, it is solo, so there's no one else really around. And you get the drop, you're happy about it. You get the gun, and you're going to kind of hold steady here. So talk to us a little bit more about these medallions, because it's always really fun mentioning them. But what does the Hades medallion do? You said it gave extra damage, is that right?
No, so I've gathered the Zeus medallion. I actually have to
Okay.
do a little bit of research on the Underworld medallion because I'm not quite sure. Again, it just came out yesterday. Okay, chat, be gentle on me. I was playing it, but I wasn't gutty enough to go into the Underworld. I was a little bit creeped out about all of the little skulls and all the intricate corners of this section of the map, so I didn't get to explore it quite yet.
No. Maybe we get to soon. Maybe drop in and just have a bit of fun with it. At the same time, this is another part of the game where players do have to kind of identify. It's new for everyone, right? But the base of the game is still there, right? Still building, still just battle royale style. You do have to be aware of who has what, though. Keeping track of what pieces are in each hand may or may not play a very important role. Not only that, right now OKK is going to be trying to build up as quickly as possible. You're low on mats, which granted, I think the zone is closing on top of you here in the Underworld. You're not going to be too bad off, but still nice to have enough mats to actually contest with a few others. Finally able to get enough a brick and iron there. You're okay. You're in an okay spot.
Absolutely. Okay, so I did some digging here for us.
Quick research. Quick research.
Yeah, quick research, because why not? It's always good to learn. So it allows you to dash, and then you receive like the 3 floating skulls along with it, which we actually see our friend here have. So I'm guessing it just allows you to dash a little bit quicker. They do consume, so I wonder if they regenerate after time or once you use them, they're done. It seems like they're done at this point.
Might be interesting to watch for. Of course, at this point, the dash is nice to have. It's not overwhelming, though. So we are going to go ahead and just take a look somewhere else. Thou Tempest will be rolling up here. No kills in the pocket, but also a couple bolts, and this is quite the standard. On the edge of the zone, though, is a whole different story. So just hunting for those extra pieces, if you will, but massive amount of mats in the pocket. Any build battle goes down, Thou Tempest is going to be ready for it.
Yep. And are you surprised that this is another programming software developer in the making here?
I am not. I am not at this point.
If they're not all, I would be a little bit sad. Actually, they aren't all, but I do kind of relate. We were saying earlier, it's like, okay, you play video games, you enjoy video games, so it makes sense that you want to be a part of the history of making video games. I never thought that was a job, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know what I believe, but I didn't think that you could actually become a video game maker.
Where'd you think video games came from then? They just kind of dropped out of data heaven, basically, and were just like, there's a video game.
Here's the thing though. I didn't play games growing up, like video games growing up. I actually started playing video games when I turned 18. So
Really?
like I wasn't in the whole kind of the world of video games. I didn't really understand too much of them. So now that I get to enjoy all of them, of course I love it. And I guess now I think about it more like, ooh, what software developing thing was used, or what developing studio created this game, even so much as anime, if we want to go that far. But yeah, I guess I never really put much thought into it.
What was there a reason you didn't really play a whole lot until 18, or did it just not interest you a whole lot?
It was more like culturally, it wasn't like something that I was kind of geared towards. But hey, nowadays I feel like it's a little bit more mainstream, so everyone's doing it. So I'm happy for our younger generation, and especially for these students as well. These people that get to kind of compete for a scholarship. We were talking about it earlier, how Spin allows the opportunity for you to connect with colleges to be able to get these scholarships to attend college. I think it's so amazing.
Yeah, and being able to do something that you love as well is always a fun part. Right now, though, we are seeing a little bit of a shift up. So we saw OKK
Mhm.
earlier on inside of the underworld, and with the collapse now, the rest of the players now kind of migrating over. I think that was a grand total of about 3 outside that are now trying to rush in. We might have a 4-player fight. And I honestly don't think Thou Tempest is geared towards a long range battle. This is this is going to be a little bit difficult for Thou Tempest if you're caught into a little bit of a difficult spot.
They seem to be okay for now, I should say.
Mhm.
The big word for now
Yep.
being we do see the thunder lightning. Is that what we're calling that? We're agreeing with thunder lightning, right?
Thunder and
Um
lightning, not so frightening.
Thunder and lightning. Hey, are you about to drop a beat on us?
No, that is
No. Oh.
what? Oh my God, Thunder and Lightning, not so far. I heard that from. Oh my God, if we're talking about old school, did we play games when we were younger? I played Pajama Sam, which is a super super old like point and click adventure game, and one of
Hmm.
his things was Thunder and Lightning, not so frightening. Of course, it is a very common saying as well, but that's where I knew it from. Super
Oh,
super
I
old
never
game.
heard of that game. I'm gonna
No,
have to
it's
look into
it's
that.
super old. Like it was in the same beat as the like learn languages and stuff. It was like supposed to like teach you,
Okay.
early development game stuff, I think.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's pretty cool. But yeah, you talked about the action, and the action is going to be dropping here. Okay, maybe dropping a little harder for Thou Tempest, who finds the ground just as quickly, trying to build into safety and remain in a box for the time being, while their opponent, they're creating so much more on top of them.
And this is actually very, very difficult. And one of the parts of Fortnite, especially in this game, is just building, right? Learning how to build efficiently,
Hmm.
fast, because if you get boxed in, you lose a lot of control around, and it's a very large staple of the game. Yes, you can play long range. Yes, you can play from a distance and try and play without building, but everyone knows the closer you are in, the better the weapon is going to feel. Most of the time you're running a shoddy, and in this haze of building, you just feel rough, and in
Oh,
that situation you're actually having that trouble. The window is open, and that's gonna be the finisher. Mr. The one that we watched earlier, is gonna pick up their first kill of this round.
and that was so well played. Mr. forced for Thou Tempest to come to them. They controlled the build 100%. And it wasn't until Mr. was ready to get into that engagement that they allowed for Thou Tempest to come into their close range combat. And that's actually one of the weapons that I want to highlight here. Orbital is the it's called like the 3 pump shot or the 3 barrel shotgun. It's actually called the gatekeeper shotgun. I played with it yesterday and I absolutely adored it. It was so nice. It felt like you were double pumping, but only had to click once.
The ease of access in a material piece
Yeah.
is just like, yeah, I really like this. That's which is fair, right? Having the ease of access is really, really important. Right now, getting into another fight, I mean, we're gonna see that shoddy in action right now. Kind of stuck in this situation. There's going to be a problem here. Take a look. Couple bolts go out. This is going to be another problem here. Take a look. Mr. on the low ground. I mean, just wandering, saying, I don't want to expend too many mats. I don't want to be put into a dangerous situation. I mean, that's going to be the build up. You take a look. Okay. I know where it is. Mr. just doesn't want to give too much away.
Yeah, they also don't want to use too many mats as well. That's something I noticed the previous battle is they built some, but didn't really want to invest as much. So instead, they find safety in the cracks and crevices of the current build. But they have been
Hmm.
spotted here, Orbital.
Oh, that hurts. The fact that you're still barely alive with 5, yeah, you got to go ahead and shield up. But they know that they're hurt. Your opponent knows that Mr. is low, and you're not really going to have the chance. Now you shake things up. 43 on the shield. Maybe you bought yourself enough time, but with that zone moving, the storm is causing a problem. The wall tech!
No!
Oh no! Oh no! This is going to be a problem.
Oh.
You can't heal up, it's fine, but man, does that hurt. You got to book it, and that's the snipe to finish it. What a moment. Colbus with a nasty outplay. The walls do work, and you got the jump to get back inside of the zone.
What a high IQ play there. You know you don't really need to stay in the zone in order to fight that. You have awareness of what your opponent's health is and how to keep them in a difficult position. So nice. Colbus is the first time that we see a little bit of information on Colbus. Hey, surprise, we got a computer science major here.
Surprise, surprise. Oh man, I love it though, right? Like this is, again, they are experienced here, but if you enjoy gaming, there are quite a few people that also enjoy, you know, this side of it, right? As long as you enjoy what you do, and you also want to make that enjoyment available to others, I think is always a really fun part of it as well. So, especially down to the last 5 right now in round number 1, this will be an interesting test, right? I don't think Colbus has gotten a massive amount of information, but it is going to be enough to find one more player. Only wood, though, so the seal is going to be more than enough to kind of get a bolster on. And look at that, tucked into a corner. Colbus might have found their third. It's going to be a quick swap, and that's a shoddy out, but a good break out means that their opponent is now chasing. Shields are down. 86, got to heal up, got to shield up. Quick little pot drop. Might be enough. Against that wall, it's so quick, it's so easy, but when you find an extra, look at the bounce out. You're running towards the edge. Quick snipe, not going to land.
Opponents.
Miss number 1.
This is a 2v1. Everyone for themselves, though. Colbus stuck in a difficult situation. Still a lot of utility. Actually, no, not a lot of material in their back pocket. They have to retreat here, Orbital.
Yes, they do, and that's going to be a problem, right? This is one of the most interesting parts of the game, right, is being able to rotate in and out of these spots and also find optimal spots for yourself, right? Take a look. That zone now spawning into that northeast corner. It's such a long haul away, and we can kind of see where Colbus is. You're going to have to run through at least 2 other players. It's an obvious kind of conundrum, and they already have better positioning, so you're trying to get up mats, maybe put up some walls just to kind of defend yourself around, and I mean, you don't really have a decent access out and about. So for Colbus, you got 2 kills, you're up in the top 5, but you really want a little bit more than that. You're actually going to chase along this eastern wall of the storm. This is going to be interesting here. This might be a little bit dangerous, but could be the big brain move.
Oh, finds one, not even looking the right way, and that is the money. Not only are you getting the elimination, placing another badge on your placement scoreboard, but you're also going to be able to go and collect your opponent's material. This is wonderful here for Colbus, who was once upon a time struggling to find safety to get themselves into the circle.
I was not expecting that, right? Just like a freebie sitting there. And for those that are playing, you know, that's another part of it. You have to learn how to be a little bit more on a swivel, right? Keep eyes on where all the opponents are. Always looking around, because to be fair, Colbus was out in the open, right? Colbus was way out in the open, just running around, trying to get in a better spot. It was understood. However, now with the ground on you, you can kind of heal up. You get a little bit more shields if you wish, but boxing yourself in is going to be a little bit of a safe spot. You can go ahead. Take a look. Someone's on the outside. Spotted you as well. We're down to the last 4, so only 3 other opponents around. Ball goes out. Heavy mats. You're still boxed, though. This is going to be a problem. You got 1 out. Who is up above? Colbus just trying to play the long game right now.
Yeah, you have to find safety in corners. Not so much of an obvious place, but an opponent dropping out into the storm. This is going to rain potentially the 4th kill here for Colbus, who does indeed get their opponent down to no shield. Still being very patient. This is a player that has consistently competed in Fortnite tournaments, and we are seeing why they have been oh so successful. Their patience, the timing is immaculate at this moment.
Ooh. Shot to the left. Now you got to get close. You're down to about 1, and the fall is going to do it. Yeah. It might not be that first place, but you got 4 kills behind you. Now everyone's swapping over to OKK, who we saw all the way at the start. 1v1. That storm is going to hurt up on high in the sky. Who can hit what? Shoddy is out. 3 bump isn't going to land, but you get the last shot. It is going to be OKK with 3 in first to round out round 1.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna be real. That was too much action for those last 2 minutes. It was like someone's fighting here, someone else is getting added into the mix, and I honestly thought Koa's really had that. But OKK, we forgot about OKK. We saw OKK before, and it was just that second glimpse of being able to eliminate the first and then just having the right weaponry at the end to eliminate the last. I mean, we talked about placing, we talked about eliminations. Just for being the victory or having that victory royale, you just added 25 points to your scoreboard. And that's 5 points away from second place. That means 5 eliminations that your opponent needs to add up in the next round, Orbital.
And it's difficult, right? Kobus was in one of the more difficult areas. Anyone that's played battle royales knows that if you're in the middle of anyone, those two teams are going to shoot at you. Like that's just the downside there. Kobus had a long range target as well as a close, and the close got way too close for comfort. And it's just one of the fallout situations. It's not bad. You got 5 eliminations. You got third. It's not a bad spot to start in round 1. If it happens again in rounds 2 and 3, you'd probably be a bit frustrated, but I think so far Kolbus has played well. OKK though, 3 kills, first place. You are riding high right now.
You really are. You feel good. You started off your morning good. I want to really look into what do you think was the success factor there for OKK?
I would say playing it smart, not hunting for those kills. There's something to be said. If you have a full lobby, 100 players or anything like that, you are going to be hunting for kills. That's where you're going to get a majority share of your points, right? Each elimination, I think, is 1 point. In a kind of tight-knit battle like this, there's only so many players. The map is large, and really it's territorial advantage. Kind of having a good lay of the land of where the storm is going to move, where the zone is going to spawn next, that I think is going to bring a lot more emphasis. There are players that know the spawning rate of that zone, right? Like, hey, where is it going to spawn next? Where is it going to go next? Where is it going to float? That information I think is going to bring a lot. I think OKK read the zones well, was able to stay on the high ground, didn't have to fight, and again, just dropped in at the right time. I think just very well played as an overall kind of a macro sense.
Well, we still have 3 solo Battle Royale rounds to go for these players. Will OKK continue to predict the zones and go in their favor, or is there going to be a new Victory Royale winner after this break? Welcome back, friends. We hope you enjoyed your break. It is I, Cute Noob, along here with Orbital, and we're excited to show you some of the standings after our first Battle Royale series and who is where and what each of our players are in the current standing. So let's take a look here, Orbital.
Ooh, yeah, and it is going to be pretty dang good here. As you can see, again, victory royales are very important, as well as the fact that if you play second, third, fourth, and all that, you will also get some points. That is why we actually have a little bit of a disparity between second and third. Of course, we can't really show you full placements, but victory royale goes to OKK with 3 eliminations and netting them 25 plus 3. Colbus, who we watched earlier, had 4 eliminations. I believe got eliminated at 4th. So was able to claim that third place spot. And then Minios of War, the one that placed second, I believe, was able to gather that 20 points. So pretty nice shaking out there in the standings.
Yeah, there's some names that we got to see, like Thou Tempest, as well as MRMR, who got a little bit of eliminations and also got some placings, but they obviously didn't do as best as they wished they did. I was actually lurking a little bit in the chat there, Orbital, and there is does seem to be a little case of the nerves of a little bit of, oh, there's that competition. How do I deal with it? I mean,
Yep.
being in a competitive scene is a mentality of its own. It's how do you adapt to the fact that everyone and everything is going against you. And not only that, but you also have that extra added pressure of you're competing in front of collegiate coaches that are potentially going to scout you to play for them in the future. That is exactly what Stay Plugged In is. And when you have those extra nerves, you tend to kind of psych yourself out. But after, as time goes on, and as we mentioned, there is a couple more rounds to be played. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of their skill develop a little bit more.
If I'm here as a collegiate coach, I'm not always sitting there. Well, sometimes I am, but especially in battle royales, I'm not looking for the players that are always going to come out on the top and get that one win. As much as one win is nice, I understand that hey, it's not going to happen all the time. What I'm looking for is development over 4 different series. Now, granted, if you get the victory royale, great, you skyrocket to the top of my list. Yes, that's one. But can you do that 2 to 3 rounds in a row? Because that's where the consistency is. In a lot of these Fortnite competitions, you're looking more for extended, consistent placement, not just one outright win. You need to have consistency through. So I would actually look towards, are you positioning well? Are you placing highly in the top like 4 or 5 every time? That's what I'm really looking for, instead of, did I get one win and then all of a sudden am I getting like 9th and 10th at the end of it, right? A lot of little things to look for.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So, is that going to be the case? We do have a game on our hands, but before we do so, I want to talk to you guys about Emerge Apparel. The esports landscape can be overwhelming environment for owners and directors of new esports teams, colleges, clubs, and programs. Let Emerger take the burden of merchandising off your hands. Organizations of any size can work with Emerge to create a custom online store with on-demand printing and fulfillment, all while generating revenue for their organizations. So, check that out. Here we have it. They have a boaster, a club. You can find all types of items, hats, t-shirts, you name it, they have it. So make sure that you go check out Emerger Apparel. And we're going to go right into it with a name we have not yet quite seen here, Orbital.
This is going to be, yeah, this is Lean Hatton, 1902, who, again, will be graduating, I believe, in 2027. So I think this is, if I'm calculating right, they are a sophomore over there at Georgia Tech. Very, very awesome to see. And in computer science as well. But academic interest outside is general, I should say.
Okay.
I do apologize. Also, interested in Georgia Tech. These are not... I'm a little bit slow on the draw here. Again, I believe these are high school looking to get into the mix. So, again, interested in Georgia Tech. I need to correct my language.
That's fine. But hey, fair. At least we have some awareness of where about they want to go. Also, this Peely skin is new to me. I've never seen this Peely skin.
It looks like it got frozen, right? It's just like, we toss it in the ice. It's just stuck there. Sorry. Even the llama on the backpack is pretty nice little addition there, so I appreciate it. Oh man. This is gonna be Nice and smooth though. Again, just kind of gearing up, waiting for this big battle. I want to say this is zone. I want to say 1 still. We're still waiting for the big kind of close in, but Lavish Layer very different than the Underworld area. A little bit brighter view, but the loot so far has seemed kind of sparse here. So I wonder if Leon is gonna be moving anywhere else, but for right now, actually hiding out. Might hear someone around.
I think the strat here is, as we talked about before, let's kind of play it towards the end game. Um, you get the number one material, you also get some weaponry, and you just get to really work up your ladder on that placement on the leaderboard. Which honestly, if it was me, I would probably do the same thing. Okay, I would probably be like, I'm gonna wait it out till I'm nice and secure, and then get some eliminations. The strat is one of the many that we are potentially going to see throughout this one.
Hmm? And we're going to go back to Mr. Mister, who last time I think placed decently well, was not outside of
Mhm.
contention, but so far just having trouble getting inside. Okay, there's an invisible wall there. I think that's one of the feels bad moments, but it is going to go ahead and break in. And Mr. Mister, again, a player that is looking pretty strong here, also graduating in 2027 and still kind of deciding, but is, again, looking at Illinois Institute of Tech. But surprisingly enough, I believe is entered into the Smash Ultimate side of things. Keep in mind that right now we do
Ooh,
have brackets for Smash Ultimate running for East as well as West/Central players, so that is happening off on the side as well.
that's pretty neat. So interested in multiple genres of games. I like
Mm-hmm.
that. This is something that we haven't got to talk about here, which is the Wings of Icarus,
Yeah.
a way of many of the mobility ways that you can experience here in Fortnite. I like how they're consistently bringing in new ways to kind of involve movement and repositioning in Fortnite. These wings just allow you to obviously fly around wherever you please, but also you could do like a pouncing attack on the ground, which we're not quite seeing Mr. Mister do. They could have easily done it here on these opponents, but we actually just get to see how helpful it is to make sure that you are looting around your area and making sure you get all the material that you could acquire as quickly as
Mm-hmm.
possible.
Yeah, a little bit of a struggle there against those NPCs, but able to gather up. And again, a huge part of it, going for these NPCs, is not bad, right? In a situation where you already feel like you are pretty safe, there shouldn't really be anyone around you. It feels good, and you're able to get a little extra behind. But I do agree, the movement tech is something that I really appreciate, and also learning how quickly you can get adjusted to this. However, there is going to be a fight breaking out here. I said that, and all of a sudden,
Oh
Mr. Mister getting lit
no!
up. 63 HP and then some. You just finished off the NPCs. You just started getting your extra, but the bolts are going to come out here. I don't know if you're going to get it. Another bolt comes out, and all of the breakage of the build. You're trying to fly away to safety, but it might just be shots in the air. That's the snipe that you're looking for. Nate Merckx, someone that we saw earlier, very briefly, is able to get that win.
That was as quickly as it begun, as quickly as it ended. Just a blink of an eye, and you talked about it. Sometimes, if you put yourself in a position where you're causing too much attention to yourself, you can get yourself in some trouble, and that's exactly what we saw there happen to Mr. Mister. Without Tempest, though, another player that we saw that didn't quite get the results they wanted to in the beginning rounds. Now looking a little better on number one, just the weaponry in itself.
Also, for Thou Tempest, it's something to be said, right? I believe plays in the lower half of the standings right now, but still just trying to work their way forward. They entered into the competition saying they want a chance to earn money, but also just improve and make themselves as a better player. So their goal, they know they're up against some pretty stiff competition, but it's all about that learning experience, right? Very much trying to get into it, and especially swapping to mouse and keyboard. I think they said they started playing out on controller. I
Mhm.
think it might have been on the Switch, which is crazy to think about. But switching to PC, mouse and keyboard a little bit different. It's just learning to be better with the tools that you have in hand, which I think is a really big thing.
That's a huge thing there if you're a college scout, being like, oh, this person's willing to adapt, this person's willing to be in the struggle and kind of fight through the trenches to be better and puts themselves in uncomfortable situations to improve. If I was a scout, I'd be looking at that and being like, oh, I like that. I want someone that's willing to be molded and willing to be guided into the right direction on how to be better.
It's such a nice little factor. And again, looking at the possibility of Michigan or Michigan Tech, hopefully you do get in. And in a programming and software development would be very fun. Right now, we are going to go back to Nick Merckx, who, again, having that early elimination takes out one of the big front runners. I feel like, right? You're able to snipe out, you're able to get a nice little kill, and now you're inside of the Grim Gate. Chilling out here, going to be getting a lot of loot. Unfortunately, you're going to have to move later, but it's not a bad spot to be in. Right? Very nice, comfortable positioning, and you're pretty much geared up on mats as well.
This is a great spot to be in. You get the dashes from the skulls to be able to dash around. And then, if you really want to make it a little bit more messy, a little bit more chaotic, you can go and battle out Hades to get that medallion to allow you to dash on through. And I did do a little bit more research. You do keep that dash as long as you keep the medallion on you. So
Oh.
it's a continuous help. Something that we saw here that I'm seeing repeatedly happen, or at least this is the second time that it happens, is you kind of bait out Hades and bring them out so that your opponents think, hey, yo, somebody's fighting there. I could potentially third party, if you may, if Hades counts as a extra player there, and look to get the elimination. I wonder if that's going to work out in their favor, but we are going to go check out another POI. So when we do, Thou Tempest is going to be our next.
And I love the vastly different zones that we're in, right? This is Pleasant Piazza. You're just chilling out here. A couple other NPCs that you got to work with, but the location difference, I think, is pretty big as well. So, big little part of this is you need to, I really, really do hope that you do get a lot of value out of this and able to kind of farm up, get better mats, but you're also in the center of the next zone area. So you don't have to move as quickly, and that's another big play is, do you want to play on the edge of zone or do you want to play in center of zone? Two very different ideologies, depending on the weaponry you have as well.
Yeah, different strats, different methods. The cool thing about having 4 different rounds that you're able to experiment with is adjusting your strat to what you see fit. I think one thing that we saw at the beginning, or at the end of last round, was the fact that a lot of these players struggled to have mats. Whether it was they were getting into a lot of altercations, or it was because the lack of farming. So I do actually really enjoy the fact that Thou Tempest is really focusing on collecting these mats right now.
You got to be able to make sure you're set to go. You don't want to be caught lacking, as we've seen some players have, but again, also depending on the gear that you have, if you're playing long range, maybe you get a snipe down, maybe you don't need as many, but it is appropriate to understand that. Appropriate to go ahead and gather up as much as you can. For right now, though, it is going to be all quiet, right? You can go ahead, take a look. It's just, I mean, you're not making any shots. You're not going for any of those NPCs. You're just kind of chilling out here, which I really do appreciate. You don't want to get crazy. You don't want to cause problems, and maybe you spot someone, but at the moment, you got wood and you got brick. That's going to be more than enough to kind of get yourself into a mix.
I thought Thou Tempest might have hurt someone.
Yeah.
The reaction
the
of
jitters
maybe I
there.
should scope in. Yeah, maybe there's someone here. The potential. I mean, we know. Oh, wait, actually, yes. We do see someone north of them.
That was a very far range shot as well. I'm not sure if that was the optimal position to go for. Especially with the weapons that you have in hand, maybe getting a little bit closer would have been better, and now you have to reposition again, but you're going outside into the storm area. kind of closely, it's going to be about a minute to close in.
Oh
But
no, they're getting scouted here.
yeah, that's the problem here. It's going to be a problem. Now you have to loot up, and now you have to find a way back into the zone. Take a look at that. It's not bad. Granted, this early start to the game, the zone doesn't hurt that much. The storm is okay, but you gotta run. You gotta hightail, and you are gonna try and sprint your way to safety. Needless to say, though, it's a dangerous path to take. You're now gonna curve to the west, and you're lucky you didn't lose more HP, but someone's hunting the wings of Icarus, Q
Oh, and I have to say it. That's Nick Merckx. We know that Nick Merckx kind of tempted Hades to come out and play. Since nobody took the bait, they decided it was time to go into the circle. And with that, leaving Thou Tempest in a difficult position to be in, having to run for their life into the storm. And as we stated, yes, has brick, yes, has wood, but those could just collapse in a second when one of these fights does go into fruition. But for the time being, things have mellowed, things are quiet. They are able to get themselves into safety.
I'm honestly amazed that Nick did not want to chase that. I would have figured you would actually want to chase. You knew that they were on the run, so you feel a little bit more confident in that value, but respect, right? You don't have to. There's no reason to force yourself into a dangerous spot. Go ahead and just kind of play it at your own pace. Of course, that does mean that Thou Tempest might be able to get a little bit of revenge later on, right? Like, hey, you didn't check your back, and all of a sudden you get shot. I think that's what Colbus did to secure. I think it was 2 kills at one point. It was a very, very simple, hey, I found you lacking, I get a freebie, and you're good to go. But now with the vehicle, gonna go ahead and ride your way to safety, providing yourself some nice cover while you try to get into zone long range view, though.
Oh, this is a really good position to be if you're
Oh,
without Tempest. You're creeping up on an opponent, prowling, waiting for some damage to be dealt upon him so that you can collapse and get the last hit onto them. And as we do, fire's raining from behind their opponent. But the safety of wood has now collapsed onto them. They are holding on for the time being as their opponent's still fighting against one other one. The Thunderbolts, though, are going to quickly collapse this build, allowing for there to be some sort of sight. Their opponent continues to run away. There's no shots to be connected yet.
no, it's going to be a problem because of a little bit of the time that it took. Right now, that Tempest is actually in a dangerous spot. The storm might be negated here. The wings are going to pop out, and now you're in the sky. You got to dive in and see what you can find. You're going to break apart a couple pieces, but on the back end, you are sniped, and that's it. Colbus, again, we saw earlier on, looking strong. After a battle of 1, battled out Tempest, got 2, now looking for a 3rd or 4th in total. 3rd here in this majority share. Picking up some of those golden weapons, now has to shield up, but what a massive win for Colbus so far. Now going to sprint out, knows someone's around, but I think they ran off, so well played by Colbus. 3 kills so far with 3 remaining.
I have no words for that fight. I 1000% believe that Colbus was in a tough situation. That Tempest looked so good on the connection, so good on the positioning for a while, and it was until Colbus decided to disconnect from that fight and really find the space to breathe that they found success. And we're seeing them do it again. The sniper rifle working wonders under their hands.
It's just too good. Honestly, Colbus is starting to be one of the favorites here to take the second round, and if it's going to happen, it's going to be big. I mean, last time, remember, the main thing that we said is Colbus maybe got a little bit antsy, decided to kind of run in, and took the low ground, which is unfortunately very difficult to fight from. This time around, you're on the high ground. Take a look at where they're positioned, on top of a hillside on the eastern corner. You're in great position to play for safety, so, I mean, if you want to wait, you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, and you actually, I think, see one other person? Is that, yeah, I think that's one over there, building up the house in the corner, so you have good information. You just don't want to get yourself sandwiched once again.
The strat of patience, of just taking in information. Where is the 2 last remaining opponents? You're looking up at the sky. The sky is clear. The storm is crouching in, but you're still just waiting. And as you mentioned before, curiosity definitely got the best A Colbus, but this time around they know better. Being patient. They know one opponent has to approach them, and with that, the sights have been set.
Oh, that's gonna be an elimination, but not the one that you wanted. Kolbas being able to knock out another opponent, but it was claimed by the Storm. And now it's just one. This is actually very optimal. Kolbas, we've seen win in 1v1s pretty much all the time. You're also fully healed up. You have no worries in the world. And I mean, at this point, you have a pretty good viewpoint. So checking around, just seeing if you can spot one you don't want to get kind of snuck up on. So I think you're going to be okay. I mean, Kolbas is in, pretty much has every advantage in the book as long as you land your shots.
I like this early choice to go for the circle, making sure that you don't get caught out as the previous time. Um, Taking the lower ground, as you mentioned, and just not really being in the optimal position. Now has every single thing going their way. The builds, the mats, the utility, everything is shining upon Colvis here. How can their opponent ruin this situation is probably what we're wondering.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just difficult to do. Right, we're sitting here watching, and Kolbas is just chilling, right? Trying to build up those mats as well, but there's almost no fear in the back. It's going to be a little bit of a build. Back to the tower. I don't think you've really spotted anyone either. Yeah, sky's clear. I mean, Kolbas is just waiting. I wonder who this last player is. I'm very curious about this.
Yeah, I would love to know as well. I think this opponent has to be below the ridge, below the mountain.
I mean, they play him in no build so far, right? Like, we haven't seen a single build go up. We haven't seen any climbing either. So this is... They're straight up trying to sneak around, and I think Kolbas is just trying to pepper, right? Like, yo, where are you? What is this problem going down here? I'm very surprised it's still so quiet.
Yeah, this opponent must be a ninja. They must be
Yeah.
the best strats. If this opponent doesn't use the chorus skin, I don't want it. I know the chorus skin's not out, but it's gonna come out, okay? And I want this opponent to have it. They are being so good. Is there actually, we have Naruto skins in Fortnite, right?
I believe so. There's a skin for just about
Ooh,
everything now, right?
that's true. Fair point.
50-50 shot in the dark. I'm pretty sure we do.
Is this, wait. Okay, I have a crazy theory. Could this
Ooh.
opponent potentially be in the storm and running in?
That could happen. I thought they nerfed a little bit. Okay,
There it
yeah,
is.
so there it is.
Yes, came from the storm.
That's crazy. I'm surprised, and right now it just feels like it might be a little bit damaging. We don't know what HP they're currently on, so they have to get in and heal up. Look at Kolbas chasing, though, knows that they're low, wants to keep them on the run. The build is currently going higher and higher. A little bit of a brick and mortar situation. Snipe goes out. One more snipe not going to land, and they are out with those bouncing grenades safely into the zone, and now they can heal up. Kolbas was not able to land that final shot. It is difficult to snipe at that range. It is problematic, but look at the build, trying to box him in. Kolbas wants that angle. Wood is there, and that's a half wall. You might have it. Another tap brings the shields down, and the final shot has it. It is going to be the dub as Kolbas takes first.
Oh my goodness. That was so intense. I have so much appreciation for that last opponent who kept us on our toes. We had no idea. Kolbas had no idea where they were. And then they kept running away. They found safety in buildings and even made it really tough for Kolbas to just one-shot them and eliminate it just as quickly. They kept them going, but we saw so much strength, so much skill out of Kolbas. The building, the shooting, the control of the build, it was so on point. So I'm really, really glad that Kolbas took that.
And it's hard fought, right? The last time we saw Kolbas, it was in a 1v1v1, and you were in the sandwich position. It doesn't feel good. This time around, really well positioned, right? Again, the zone helped as well. Zone opening up, much larger flat land, didn't have that sheer drop off on the cliff. You played the high ground. You knew you're stronger in a lot of these micro gunfights, and you played it smartly. The last player, yeah, out in the storm is great, but you knew Kolbas was on the high ground, knew Kolbas was ready, and so you saw the hard sprint. Undoubtedly, a little bit lower HP was not where they wanted to be, but it was a sound decision to be made.
Absolutely. as we saw from the first round to the second round, the skill just keeps getting better. The strats, the weaponry, the positioning, they have improved little by little. I can't wait to see what the next round has to offer for us. But chat, I'm looking at you. If you are a high school student or college student looking to potentially look at scholarships of how to help with your education, make sure you go and check out our site over at Stay Plugged In. We have different colleges, we have different scholarships, and we have a filter that you can filter out of current ongoing scholarships. So make sure you check that out. Exclamation mark sponsorship in the chat. And don't go anywhere. Go grab some snacks and some water. We'll be back with round number 3. Alrighty, folks, I hope you have your snacks and your water, maybe some extra water because hydration is important. And Orbro, we went through round one, round two, and we're about to merge into our round number three. What have been some adaptations that you have seen some of these players do throughout throughout the second round to be successful?
Number one is playing on the outside a little bit more. Very much playing along the edge of the zone. It's something that round one, I think it's fine if there's a lot of people. You know, they'll take each other out, and maybe you can get some picks off. But you're realizing very quickly that you're not going to have that many people heading into the final zone. You're going to have most likely a 1v1v1, maybe an extra fourth behind it. Playing the edge just gives you a much higher viewpoint, right? It gives you a much better optimal setup, and you can rotate if you need to. If you're in the center of the zone, that's a problem. You don't really have that many ways to move out. You're probably going to get sandwiched. So understanding you don't want to be in that position, that's what allowed Kolbas, who originally tried to play for the center in round one, tried to get a little bit closer, got pinched between two, ended up falling in third place. This time around, played the edge, played very smartly, and got first.
Yeah, so why don't we take a second to look over our standings currently at the moment so that you can understand who, what, where, and how they are at this moment.
Yeah, this is, again, a very heavy jump up. I do want to give props, though. Twice in a row, Minios of War has gotten into second place, and this is what we call... I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean, but this is what we call rat tactics. Right? Like, this is what we call ratting, and it's exceptional. You have now done this twice, and you haven't really met anyone until the final zones. That's impressive in its own right. That is extremely impressive. So Minios of War quite literally holding their second spot just because they are just that good at getting around some of those skirmishes. Granted, only 2 points behind is OKK, who we also saw be very good in game round number one. So top spots within a margin of about 10 to 12 between each other, and then it's a pretty large drop between third and fourth with about 11 there as well.
Yeah, I'm not too worried there for that third or in fourth place because, I mean, if you have a good solid round, and like you talked about, maybe we are looking at Minos and being like, the strat at the moment is going to be to rat it out. So we could potentially see a little bit more ratting out and a little bit more stalling throughout some of the midpoints of the games, I would suppose, for these players to kind of eventually get to the ending, which I'm looking forward to seeing potentially a more exciting third parting, maybe fourth parting towards the end of the match to finish us off. But hey, a girl can dream, right? That might not be the case whatsoever, but we're not gonna leave you guys on a hanger. We're gonna take you guys right into it. Let's go check out what and how where we are starting out.
And we're actually starting this time with Minion. Okay, so it's actually Minions of War. We just didn't have enough for the N. There, it's Minions of War. I like that name. But again, this is I don't want to call it boring gameplay. Minions of War, if you are getting by in second place all the way, you are quite literally just always staying away from the action. It's I want to say, as someone that rats a lot in in battle royales, you are either following after someone. You're usually like trailing an opponent that you think is pretty good or is getting into a lot of fights, and maybe you don't go for the kill, but you follow in their pathway, so they're not always checking their back, or at least you're hoping not. So the gameplay might be a little bit, you know, a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, but it's appropriate, I think, for the strategy.
Wait, I need to tell you this fun fact about Minions of War.
Oh, let's hear it.
They gave us this fact. Homeschool kid who has a love for video games and Legos. So,
Oh.
I mean, maybe they prefer the solitude until they must be awoken and have to fight. I think that could be the strat. I mean, that could be kind of their lore, if we can put it at that, is like maybe they just comfort in the solitude until they must defend themselves or must go for the elimination.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And it's worked, right? You are currently sitting at second. Yes, if you want to claim first, you have to get a kill. But at this rate, if you get a consistent, if you consistently get second place each time without any kills, you're banking on 80, which is a fantastic number to sit on, right? And you're also not putting yourself in dire straits, meaning that you will almost always be safe for as long as you wish to be. So, I mean that's the strat. It's working out well. Maybe the homeschool kids got a lot of spunk in them, and maybe that's the big play. Maybe that's what everyone really needs to watch out for.
Yeah. That could be the case. I'm just glad that we gave them some sort of lore. We're gonna go over to Ninus? Ninus? I'm having trouble with this name. But nonetheless, they are also having trouble keeping themselves in the circle. Obviously, right now, not getting a lot of damage dealt forth onto their health. Still trying to just farm as many materials as possible. Like we mentioned in the past, it's been difficult for some players to continue to get into these fights because they lack those materials. So to be able to make sure they do have as many as possible, we're seeing a little bit more of a slower gameplay.
Yeah, I mean they Ninu's season was started out in 2018 playing Fortnite, so I took a little bit of a break, but said they came back for about 5 to 6 months now. I've been grinding out pretty hard, and that's kind of the fun part, right? They entered into a solo cup before, finished 100 something in that solo cup, which is pretty dang good, I would say. And they're just hoping to continue playing against some of the top dogs out there. And at this point, I mean, if you're challenging, you are looking at Kolbas. I think Kolbas has a massive target on their back, so maybe Ninu season is able to find that top player right now, get a little bit of a dub, but playing on the high peak here, very, very top peak in the glacial areas.
Ooh, I want to see if I can pull up here where they are currently ranking against these really tough opponents that we see so far. Um, more on the lore spectrum. We know that like Colbus and the rest of the players that are up on the leaderboard, they tend to be playing for as long as possible. I believe I even saw Colbus has consistently competed in like a professional level. So I feel like coming back uh could be a little bit of a potential struggle here for Ninus. We also haven't got to see what their strat so far has been, besides right now playing more towards the outer rim and farming out the NPCs to just get loot at this point.
Which I don't think is a bad strat either. We've seen players do this before. Granted, they tend to get third party pretty quickly. So, we'll see if it happens again. For right now, though, you're pretty safe. You're pretty happy. Take away those NPCs and then walk your way in here. Go ahead, toss down a little bit of that extra loot, and you're going to be safe. And I do agree. For Ninu, it's an idea of how do you actually want to get this win in, right? How do you want to look for this win? I think in the leaderboard, they were sitting in that, I want to say, 5th, 6th. We'll see how they try and climb up right now. It is going to be Car Lost. By the way, that is one of a very fun name there. Actually plays Valorant quite a bit, so it's going to be quite interesting because now we get into a little bit of battle. First one that we see on the day. That's what they can do here, as it's going to be a little bit of a test of time here. Quick taps, one, shield is up. Shield is broken down to 40. A problem had to be had, but a nice 39 deke on the head means both players are currently kind of wondering exactly what they want to do. High in the air, though. Can you shoot the bird out of the sky? Ghost Wings keeping you safe, and the glide down as the fight has ended.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If you are car lost, you're hoping that you can go into that fight and eliminate them just to gather their utility. But this opponent has become a little bit too ratty, too slippery, and gotten away for the time being. This is actually a pretty good case scenario here for Carlos, since they are able to gather themselves into full health and 70 shield. Looked at a weapon. Okay, I'm really wondering why we didn't pick up that weapon. Is that like a no-no weapon? What was the reason there? I need some answers.
Yeah. Maybe said they didn't feel like it right now, wanted to run with a little more comfortability, which is also fair. The gun variations are minute, but if you just feel comfortable with one over the other, you might as well. At the same time, though, I do think it is a little bit of a loss. You gave it up, and now your opponent might even get it, so optimizing and saying, hey, maybe this isn't the chance because there's someone else here. A little bit of a bot there, it looks like. Is
No,
that a
that's
bot?
actually an
No, no,
opponent. No, no,
that's a
no, that's an
player.
opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
I think
like,
that's the
well, I just
player
saw
he
him
was
wandering into
hunting.
the edge. I was like, what?
That's the player that got away, but you got to remember with the time that was lost with healing and looting, this opponent's probably at 100 health already as well. So it's the fight of who can get their opponent down to
Oh.
their shield. That is a lot of shield being broken and finally
Ooh.
finding the elimination. That is one of our players, Yisrael, I believe, that was
Mm-hmm.
also in our lobby. So going down to Carlos feels pretty bad, leaves you in the lower rankings of placements, and also you give your opponent another elimination. And to be fair, Carlos lost little to no health there as well, so probably feeling really great after that altercation.
Mm-hmm. You didn't lose too much. You still have quite a bit of ammo, and you're happy about the current situation. So, sitting with an elimination in your pocket, you're going to give yourself the best chance. And I don't think you made too much of a noise. So, we're going to go ahead and take a look at another player, someone that is currently placed at third with 38 points, if I remember, hunting for a couple kills of their own. Great little snipe. Now wandering their way back out, and that little tap giving away their position, but enough damage to kind of scurry the opponent out from the house.
And this is where the lightning is perfect to help you get into those like sneaky scenarios where your opponent just wants to hide and go away from the fight. You get to break things down, break any buildings, any material that are in your way. I believe some shield was hit, but it's not worth getting into this fight. You got to pick and choose where you're going to get in a fight, especially as we saw OKK being in a more open position.
At this point, again, for OKK, if you want to stay in the top side, you do want to place in the top 5 or so. You want to ensure that your placement is going to be good. And so for them, again, the point system, I think, breakdown is only 2 points between second and third. And then, of course, about 12 from first to third. There's about 12 in between on the other end as well for
Oh
fourth.
my
So
gosh.
you really don't want to get caught here at 8th. If you get caught here at 8th, you lose a lot of that point value. Nice little hit there. I don't think registered any of the damage, but it's enough. You're running into the zone. You're trying to keep yourself safe, and now you have a chance to kind of pick off the opponent as they run into the zone.
This is kind of a difficult position to be in if you are OKK. You know someone's in watching your back. You also know that there was someone to your west as well from that previous interaction. So you want to get yourself in a position where you can gather information and make out the best plan of action afterwards. We talked about it positioning right now at its most importance. You have to make sure that you are not getting eliminated too early. This opponent about to run over OKK, but they are able to remain and get to a new position.
Oh, that was a little bit scary, but Mount Olympus will be the call of the gods, and of course our OKK hoping to be one of those gods here. That's going to be a kill on the far side, though. Mr. able to find a quick kill, and again, smoting with the lightning bolt. It feels good. Right now, you are securing your positions. Once again, as I said, for OKK, you are hoping for a 3rd or 4th place position with a kill or 2 underneath, and to pretty much secure a little bit more. Mr. though, being able to take out 2 so far. Great eliminations on that end, and the only reason I'm pointing that out is, again, the kills are there, but the more kills that go down, the more OKK is going to climb inside of that leaderboard.
That is true. We don't exactly know how Minion of War is currently doing at the moment. So if they aren't getting the eliminations, they are just getting the placement, then this gives a little bit more of a shot for OKK. But OKK seems to be a little bit more passive as well. I wonder if it's like understanding that that's exactly what the person that in second place is doing and adapting to their strategy as well.
I think it's adaptation, right? We've seen OKK be more than willing to actually take the fights, but is it necessary? Not really, and that's why these rounds are so important, right? We talked about if you're a college recruiter looking at competitors and trying to see what you want, it's how quickly can you adapt to some of your opponents and how quickly can you draw them into your own playstyle. OKK has identified that there are some rats in the lobby. You got to take them out. You got to be careful. And you can't be going into these fights kind of willy-nilly. You can't be
Hmm.
kind of testing the limits of your gameplay. It's more than okay to play smart, to play safe, and just wait it out, see where the opponents go, and stock up on mats throughout. So that's gonna be wings if you so wish to reposition, but I think you're okay for right now. Really, it's just ensuring you're topped up on everything. Give yourself a little bit of time, and then maybe posture up once the zone starts to come in.
Yeah, this is a really nice location. I like the detail that was added to it. We always talk about how Fortnite adds so much, invests so much into the detail, and I'm not disappointed with this new season. I feel like it really makes me feel like, oh yeah, I am a god. I could be a god or a goddesses, whichever you desire. Especially with being the medallions. I don't think that Zeus has been interrupted here. So that medallion of extra damage hasn't been captured by anybody. But we do see other sorts of medallions swarming around the map. We see that big yellow circle. That gives away the location of one person who contains a medallion at the moment. It's a big target to put on yourself, and I'm surprised that we are actually seeing some of these players pick them up. It's like high risk, high reward. Do you go for those additional effects to help you in your gameplay? And is it actually going to help you in your gameplay? Or do you opt just to stay in the safety of the shadows like we see OKK do at the moment? Finds
Oh!
one, takes a shot, misses, but still has sight on their target.
Oh, that feels so bad. That feels so bad. If they were just slightly quicker on the shot, that would have been it. But unfortunately, you let your prey go away. The final shot does not land. The sniper is just a little bit hard. Another snipe, not going to land. And honestly, that feels bad, right? You just allowed an opponent to kind of steal a jump away from you, and now you have to reposition yourself. It's going to be dangerous, right? You're riding on the outskirts here. If things go a little bit dire, it's going to be problematic. Now look into the top side, ensuring that your route is safe. You're going to claw along this eastern side, and there's the building. You're now pinched for OKK. This is not a spot you really want to be in. Yeah, and you can see it. The snipes coming in here. Snipe number 1 not going to land. Snipe number 2 not going to be fired off. But man, was that tedious. Was that dangerous.
You can see OKK being like, okay, I gotta do something. It makes me think that they're like quickly going through all of the potential strategies that could be farmed here. I could go high ground. I could stay low ground. I can potentially just box myself into a box like I'm doing right now. There's so many different strats. Right now, just the safety of being patient is going to be it for OKK. 4 players remaining in the lobby. This is at least a potential 4th place here for OKK if they manage to remain alive for the time being.
You can even see it, right? Just, what do we want to do? How do we want to play this? Goes ahead, throws up a diagonal.
Okay.
Was good cover. Ooh.
Is that the same opponent, Orbital?
I think it is. I think it is. You're hunting, remember? It's a lower ground here, and with only 4 other members alive. I think it is. Look at the hard sprint, though. I mean, there's not a clear line of sight. How long do you want to stay here for?
That is the question. Their opponent now has let the shield down. The guard is down, and the shot has connected. Oh, the shield gone. 90 health left on their opponent. But still, OKK being patient, not being too overly eager and going for the eliminations. Finds another, goes straight into the hands of another opponent. Gets taken to 42 health and a dream. Run away, gets in a box, but the shots are coming. The stairs have been built. The safety now met, but only 1 health and a dream.
Oh my gosh, the danger is currently abound. You're trying to heal up, you're trying to keep yourself safe, but you can't. And that was Colbus. You chose the wrong opponent. Now rounding out with a second. This chase is on Colbus. Already with 1 elimination, wants a second. You want to put yourself a little bit higher. And this chase on the corner is not as bad as the middle. You are now the aggressor. You are now that predator looking for that second kill. A shot goes out though, rings true on your shields, drops down to 93. or it drops you a 97. Quick chug there gives you 25. Should be able to top up pretty nicely here. Quick little swap up on the high ropes. 150 to work with if you can, but you
Their
drop right
opponents
in the
find
wrong
them.
spot. You were climbing, so you can't get the kill with 53 HP. You have to heal up again. Gosh, that felt bad.
This is a difficult position. You
Oh!
take fall damage, you're down to 1 health. Only minis to help you shield up, and your opponent keeps coming forth, keeps aggressing you. Colbus
Not
is good,
like
Colbus
this.
is great, but this is a hard position for anyone to be in. Finding another safety, finding some more, but not enough. This is going to be Carlos, a new name in our tongues here, Orbital.
I mean, we saw them earlier. We saw them looting up. Remember, we were talking about those differences of kind of hiding out, waiting for your opportunity, and Carlos was one that I think struggled trying to find one of those kills, and being able to take out, yeah, Colbus is a huge, huge boon. You just took out the first place member, and that's big, right? You now position yourself really, really well. Not only that, you have 3 kills to your name, so that's an automatic. I want to say, if you get this next one, if you get second position, that's an automatic about 23 points in your pocket. That's huge.
That's 1 whole placement. Bumps you above awe. And Carlos right now is not lost at all. They have found their next target and they are aiming forth.
I think it's doable. It's more than doable if you wish. That was I think a little bit of a bump. You're gonna go ahead and fly out, and you didn't take too much damage, but you are giving away your location very, very heavily. That's why we see the spiral in, just trying to get to the ground as soon as possible. Don't want to put yourself in a dire spot. A little bit of a flip here. Low ground with about half mats. Steel is good to go, so you can box in if you need a heal. But I mean, you know they're here. You know where they are, and are they actually in a fight?
I believe so. Yeah, there's 2 last remaining. We see some building happening forth towards this new position. The circle in caving in slowly. Carlos finding a little bit of the strategy of minions of war. Actually decided, you know what? I'm just gonna go forth. I'm not scared. I want to go in and see if I can get some damage, but no one's has quite set the sight on them exact. Their toes have been found. Some shots connected. Just a shield, though. No health yet has been lost by their opponent.
Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to give themselves away too much. Carlos wants to hang on to those bolts, use it to break open any spot. I don't think anyone transferred over, so yeah, gonna fire out along that edge. It's just this hunt. Now, I'm kind of wondering where that third person is, right? That's the big question mark. Are they hiding out? And again, it might be Minios. Haven't seen Minios kind of float along through that kill feed yet. I mean, this is going to be so, so dangerous, right? Walls are up. Question marks abound. That's going to be a rocket up above. Do you get a chase? The shots don't really ring. You got 48 on the shield again. You're going to box in. You're going to chase. Can you break through? I mean, it's only wood. That's more than up. 102. It's done. You found minions of war who, again, have had struggles, but third place is better than none. Final fight here.
Safety so far for their opponent. Chase now in full effect. A shot has connected from the pump. Now looking to connect these AR shots as well. Full shield, or 50 shield at least on their opponent. Continues to build up into the air. Carlos finds a moment of peace and quiet. Brings down the lightning, since you cannot hide. You will not run from me. And continues to shake. But their opponent has hit some shots as well. 31 health in a dream. Instead
Danger.
of healing, goes for the fight. There's no moment to heal. Continues to rain fires from above, but their opponent has so much metal in their possession.
It's danger. You're playing slow because you have to. That zone is so small, and now you get bumped off again. And the swing! The dash is real. Hades bringing another to death's door.
Oh my goodness. Carlos able to find the shot. Took a mini, but eventually recollected and found their opponent. I could have sworn Carlos was lost for a second, but quickly regained their composure and was able to climb that ladder and bring a victory royale home. I did not expect that whatsoever, Orbital.
No, and you mentioned it at the beginning of this round. You were talking about the repositioning that is brought into this chapter, and it's very important, right? Having that mobility aspect and knowing what tools you have in your back pocket is what's the big call down. And not only that, we want to reiterate this came out about 24 hours ago. This is not something
Mhm.
that players have been able to kind of run heavily for the last week and a half and get a lot. This is off the fly, and you mentioned it again. These are high qualities that I would hunt for if I were a coach. Adaptability, improvisation, being able to understand mechanics as quickly as possible. Carlos now joining the ranks and not only skilled but adaptability, very, very impressive.
I'm excited. I'm excited for our last and final round. And I know you guys are too, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a break and then we'll bring you that round. All right, who is ready for the final round here at the March 2024 Stay Plugged In Showcase of Fortnite? It is iCute Noob along here with Orbital, and we, like I stated, it's the last round. Everything has come down to this point. How have you adapted? What are the new strategies? What are you bringing in? How are you gonna secure that victory royale? Orbital, let's take a look at the leaderboard where everyone has fell after that third round.
Yeah, the third round actually had a lot to go on here, and a brand new name to the top of the leaderboard. It is going to be Carlos Red, who sneakily, it feels like, came out on top after a ridiculous showcase over the likes of, I believe, it was actually the likes of Colbus. So very nicely done there. Boosted themselves straight into second place, and I mean, that in itself is going to be very, very interesting to watch, right? Watching all of this go by, I'm very interested to see how well they can continue onwards here. Main part as well, Colbus still in first, but now with only about an 8-point lead is going to be kind of questionable. Minions of War has also had a little bit of a trickle in, right? 56 versus that 57 in second. But OKK at 51, still chasing that second and third.
Yeah, it's so close. Little by little, numbers have just dwindled. It doesn't matter whether you are placing. Now it matters how are you helping out? How are you making sure that you are giving yourself that extra bonus to secure the first place? Colvis went down to the hands of Carlos Red, and it was because of a fight that seemed a little bit difficult. It was like, okay, I'm gonna get into one fight, but then eventually actually ended up getting into the altercation with Carlos after they eliminated, I believe, was OKK. So it was a very close quarter combat. And you think about it, every time that Colbus has lost, it's been because he's positioned himself in a situation where it put him fighting two people. So how are they going to adapt in this last round? Because that's what needs to happen if you want to make sure that you remain first place, if you want to get those $250. That's a really good chunk of change, especially in Fortnite. You can buy so much V-Bucks. Hey, you can buy so much food. You can buy, honestly, whatever you want with those $250, but they are a lot of money as comparison to the 125 if you were to be second place. And let's be honest, who wants to be second place?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that if you come in second, it's there, it's nice, but you want to have that first place by your name. And talking about the strategies that may or may not come out, I would sit there and actually say, Colbus needs to just keep doing Colbus things. As much as that sounds weird, you know, Colbus has now done both the get in the middle of it and get into the outer skirts. You've had a good time. I think at this point, just play your game. Don't let the last game phase you, and just say it's part of the game overall.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You got to figure out. One thing that I want to say, though, is the fact that Carlos was a name that I wasn't even thinking about, if I'm being honest, until we actually saw them in front of us and they were showcasing their talent. They were able to really dictate where they were going to be successful. And also, that last fight really came down to how are you going to be able to take the last two remaining, and it was from being able to take those 1v1s and being able to control the last remaining circle to your benefit that really gave them the opportunity to shine. And we even saw that when they were in a situation where they were about to be eliminated, they were so down on health and they were able to create that space to really heal up and then get themselves together and then continue to fight after the fact too. Was so insane. And I mean, just speaks volumes of Carlos. Of course, we are kind of giving them that shining moment because they were the last moment in our brains before we went to a break. But Orbital, we're running into a little bit of a technical difficulty. So we have to send you guys into another break. I know you guys don't want to, but this is your chance. Go grab some more water because I'm sure you need it. And I'm sure I need it. And I'm sure Orbital needs it. So head on over. Grab some water. All right, we are not going to keep you waiting much longer, ladies and gentlemen, and gamers all together. We're going to go right into Carlos Red. As we mentioned previously, this is going to be the final round here today. This is for first place and second place, and we are currently looking at one of the contenders for that first place slot there. Okay?
Yeah, this is going to be a real big test here. Again, for Carlos, you basically need a second at least if you want to kind of secure a spot, because you know Colbus is going to land in the top three, right? Like at the end of the day, you know Colbus is going to be up there, so to give yourself the best margin, it is going to be second or first, obviously, if you can. For right now, though, Carlos, the last time we saw them, it was a very exceptional battle. So if you are going to have a fight, maybe you can find, keep track of Colbus and maybe catch them early. That's another part of Battle Royales that's always kind of interesting is learning how to track opponents throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is pretty early into the match, so this is the perfect case for me to tell you guys a little bit more about Spin. It is a platform where you can connect with different colleges and look up potential sponsorships that can help you out throughout your journey through college. I know a lot of you guys are younger in high school, potentially even still in maybe college yourselves, but still need help with it. Spin is a great platform for you to reach out. If you're in high school, it also helps out with recruitment. Maybe you're looking to get involved in esports. Once you get into college, it's going to be a platform where you could look forward to creating those connections and talking with those coaches, potentially even inviting these people to check out some of your tournaments if you do plan on competing more. I wish that when I was younger, there was this platform. Maybe I even wish that I had started gaming at a younger age to have these potential uh, sponsorships or opportunities to help with my future. So take advantage. Make sure you check that out if you are hanging out in the chat.
Yeah, it's very nice to be able to see, and again, the ability and visibility that's being granted to a lot of these players is something that's great because not only are some of these players, you know, looking to go to college next year, some of them are not even getting ready to go to college until a couple of years out, so already building their resume, right? That's kind of the cool thing. It's the same thing with you see it in other sports and everything. Starting at a young age is very important. Being able to get your own branding out is very important. So, knowing that some of these players are going to have that opportunity kind of gifted towards them earlier on is very, very nice to see. And that all goes through stay plugged in, being willing to put on these events, put on these tournaments, and put on these showcases for students as well as those hoping to be students at certain colleges is fantastic, to say the least.
Yeah, this tournament specifically, we've had a range of people who were playing other games but saw this opportunity and were like, why not? This could be an opportunity that could lead me to different places, lead me to different opportunities, maybe like you stated, more showcasing who I am and what I am as a player. And then we have other players who are like consistently competing in high levels, maybe the cash cups here in Fortnite. So it's really cool to see where you stand, not only against your opponents, but also the skill that you can potentially reach as well yourself if you continue to play.
And that'll only increase with time, or maybe, you know, if you're double enrolling almost in games, right? There are some players that we talked about that are actively looking to not only play Fortnite, but, you know, Super Smash Brothers. Some of them play Valorant. And that's also a very fun part about it, right? Like, even Carlos, I believe, is actually mainly a Valorant player. Says, hey, I want to play Valorant. Maybe they get their mark here. Some of the schools see them in this Fortnite event. And then you get to turn around and even say, hey, maybe I can go play another game as well. If you're not looking for a Fortnite player, you can still see my skills here and how I beat some of these other opponents. Just like that. Look at that Carlos hunting for a chance out. Has to reload, but isn't really going to have that quick ability here. Now
Oh
hunting
my.
long bolts from away. I don't think it's really going to land, but it's enough to kind of scare him off.
Oh, they're hunting for it. They said last round, don't worry. I'm going to be chasing these eliminations. Still see hunting for any sign of where their opponent may be. This opponent, too sneaky, too quick, slithered away, found safety in another position of the map. And that's a really good point you brought forth, Orbital, which was the fact that, yeah, they are currently in a Fortnite competition, but the fact that they are taking their skills from other games and bringing them forth in this speaks volumes about Carlos. They're able to dabble in Valorant and be able to adapt to this specific game. Now, I don't know too much of the research of Carlos, too much of their history, whether they potentially played Fortnite beforehand a lot and then switched over to Valorant. But what I do know is they have showcased a great deal of skill in aiming, repositioning, map awareness. So when you are able to take those skills and even potentially put them forth in a new game, that just looks like a double-edged sword to me if I am a scout looking to potentially recruit them for my college.
It just feels good, right? Being able to have that level of almost supremacy or versatility. So
Mhm.
we'll see if it does continue to be built up. Right now, this is going to be the other side of it, right? It's still just kind of waiting and seeing. We did see an elimination go down. Thou Tempest, actually, who is currently sitting after 3 rounds at ninth, unfortunately eliminated at about 10th place, so is not in the running for that one of those final 4 spots right now. That was Mr. Mister that got the elimination, who is currently sitting at 7th. So we are going to try and
Okay.
give you as many live updates as we can about the scoring, and that way you're not waiting too long for that finishing spot. As Carlos sees a revive point, not really going to happen when you're in solos.
There is no one to revive. Maybe like their other personality, if they have multiple
Yeah.
personalities, you know? It's like my happy side, my more aggressive side, my aim good. I actually kind of feel that. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, what is going on with my aim? Like, who woke up today? What is this? These are not my hands. I am not aiming like this. That's not the problem right now. They have 4 rounds already under their belts, or this is the 4th round. So they should be warm about now, or else I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. It would be maybe a time and a half. Right now, I think we are seeing a little bit of a chase come out here. It is going to be the likes of Carlos still trying to hunt down, I think, just a single player saying, hey, I'm going to take the long route. I got a vehicle. I'm not too worried. Plenty of gas in the tank. I can go ahead and roll this up. Of course, the hunt might be a little bit more difficult, right? As you kind of roll around in this vehicle, you give away a lot of information, and you kind of become an easy target. So ensuring that you're not in too much trouble, I think, will be the big point of it. So see if they can make it work. Right now, though, 856 still in terms of that HP. And you're going to actually tank a little bit of the zone as well to give yourself the best time possible. Just go ahead and gather up some materials. Be happily about it, and then later on, hunt for that player again. By the way, it does feel so bad that Carlos is still in that difficult spot of, like, I had someone in my grasp, and I lost out on it, right? Like, that feels so bad.
I am curious about why Carlos is breaking most of the floors underneath where like the splashes are. I think they might. I'm just curious. I don't know what the strat to that is. They didn't hit the splashes, but they broke the floor beneath it.
I,
Hmm.
hmm. I think that's to try and burst them quickly. Does that actually
Uh,
break them if you break the floor underneath?
yes, yes, it does.
That's
So
what I
that
thought.
that that
So
makes sense. Okay.
yeah, if you break it, you basically set up in case there's a fight. Assumptions aside, there's a high chance that Carlos was like, "Yo, there might be a fight happening quickly. If there is a fight, that affords me very quick shielding options, right? You run by, you slap the ground again, and then you're good to go. You shield up. You're much faster than your opponent. So a lot of question marks there, but we figured it out. We knew what was going down.
Yeah, eventually some strats. Oh, okay. Got a little bit of a medkit. Didn't quite need it. Okay, just kidding. Yes, came back for it. Said, yeah, okay, I better take some medkit. I don't know what type of interaction I'm getting in. I want to point our focus over to the medallion that's roaming around. I want to say like in front, but not really of Carlos. I don't think that it's Carlos because Carlos can kind of see this medallion rotating around. Or is this okay? There's this new addition actually to Fortnite, and there's yellow circles that look like medallions, but they're actually chests that are hidden in the earth. So that could also be it. But
hmm
no, this looks like it's moving. So it could be a player who has obtained a medallion and is near Carlos.
Yeah. I think that's what we're all kind of watching for, because if you're able to get one of these kills, it puts you in a better spot. That was another elimination going down, as Nate Merckx is able to find one of the lower tier opponents right now. I believe they were sitting at 8th place. Nate Merckx was sitting at 10th. So again, eliminations in the lower side of these standings is still affording the likes of Carlos, Colbus, as well as Minions of War and OKK to kind of stand on the top echelons in these top spots.
Everything counts here, especially with how little of a space for error there is between some of these placements, right?
Oh, there it is.
Icarus Wings giving away position to one of the opponents. Who is it? We'll find out if this battle comes to fruition. It's going to be on the island, so you better be ready.
Doubling up on the wings here. Everyone flying a little bit too close to the sun's mirror. That moon will be a high rise here. And where do they land? Right, Carlos, this is a big chance, right? If you get this elimination, you're going to be happy, right? But that's if you get the elimination. Right now, if you stay in 8th, it's actually going to be a big problem. Going to go ahead and try and break away some of this groundwork. Just trying to get some fragments here and there. Doesn't look like you have too much. Walls up the sides. Give yourself a pretty good opportunity to get to the main loot boss area, and gonna go ahead and upgrade a bit.
Yeah, you're modifying your weapon, maybe potentially the scope, could potentially be your grip. Anything to get an advantage on your opponents. It's gonna be knocking at front door. Hey, who's there? Not Carlos at the moment. Finding safety within this hall. No shots connected quite yet, but also not in control of this build right above them.
This is a problem. You're a little bit worried about how open and spacious this is. You're trying to keep that wood down, but material's not really in your favor as much as you would like. The wood is so easy to break right now, and there it is. That chunk 16 is nasty, and you don't want to expend. You don't want to expend the brick. You don't want to expend the steel. You just want to use that wood to kind of top up, and when you are able to stay safe, and the opponent looks like they're trying to break through right now, how much is actually going to be there? Right? That's quick snap. Quick little break of the material. Little trade back. Who is in your way? Hunting around. You're actually going to space out and up. Are you going to leave? Is that actually the play? No, you're going to land on top here. Who do you see?
There's no vision. Has no idea where their opponent is. Still having Zeus's thunder within their grasp. Able to break any building if they so wanted to. But instead it's going to be the hunt. Find some damage. Their opponent going away with the launch grenade. Shock grenade helping them out. Evading their damage. Carlos still trying to hopefully find someone, something, anything to award them for the time invested here.
Yeah, and I do want to point out right there in the lower corner, we did just see Colbus be able to find OKK. OKK dropping out at 8th place is an unfortunate secure of 4th, I think. You do not get that many points for 8th place. You do not get that many placement points. And because of that, I mean, it is riding on the fact that I think Ninu, who is sitting at 43 points after round 3, you have a chance. Right now, this is going to be the big question, though. You have found your opponent. You're trying to jump forward. All the bricks are up. You're not really landing any main damage, and that's going to be another grenade out. You are safe. The opponent is good. The hunt is back on as Carlos is starting to burn through a lot of that wood. It's starting to become a bit frustrating in this battle.
Too much time invested here, Orbital. It's either you get the elimination and you get out, find the reward by getting added onto your material, or you just leave. We can see there's 2 opponents here. It's either going to be a golden star here for Carlos, who's fighting their way on to the first place, trying to find eliminations and placement to beat Colbus, who's sitting nice and happy with 65 points on the leaderboard, or you go down and you potentially have the opportunity to go down to 3rd place, still wanting to fight. The will is there, the want is so strong, but still nothing to reward Carlos yet.
Mhm. You gotta wing your way out. You can't really stay, and unfortunately, you're gonna get picked off as you go. How much HP are you willing to give here? You're down to 85, and I'm not sure this is actually gonna be worth it, but you're in danger now. You're the one being hunted. It's an unfortunate scenario to be in, and you're down! That is gonna be the finish as Carlos is eliminated!
That is an upset. You wasted so much time trying to find the kill, and you are the one who gets eliminated.
Pain.
Suffering, silence. You just sit there. I had to go with it. Second place is going to be Minions of War. Where and how is Minions of War going to find their way forth is going to be the question. If not, OKK is going to hope that Ninus does not find any more eliminations.
Yeah, it's just a dangerous spot to be in right now. I'm impressed with the level of competition we've seen, right? These build battles are quite fun. They might be a little bit slower than we normally are used to seeing, but it's still at that action pace. It's still at that when things get rough, they take off. So I'm very, very much enjoying these battles. For right now, though, the big question at the end of the day is who is going to come out on top, right? You can already see the house up, quickly giving yourself a nice little spot to breathe for the side of Nate Merckx. The highest I think you could possibly place. I do believe the highest that can be made for Nate Merckx would be. I mean,
Third
technically
place.
you can. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
run almost all the way up if you get the rest of the eliminations here. You need 5 more to be able to get third or second. So it's a difficult spot to be. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Third would be the
Yeah,
highest.
yeah.
My brain is lost.
It's okay. It's okay. No, actually, I mean, if you get first place and get some eliminations, you could potentially climb your way, maybe into second. But you really got to dig deep. And so far, with the gameplay that we're seeing here from Nate, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case because we're not seeing an aggressive gameplay. They're not consistently going, even with this fight. They're trying to evade it. They are just trying to stay alive for the time being.
Oh no, and it looks like someone didn't stick the landing. I'm not sure who that was. And that's a painful one. Again, eliminations going out the window right now. You don't want to lose those precious points here in this round 4, so seeing those numbers kind of dwindle is a problem. It's going to be a little bit of a boost out. Another chance was being made. Another member lost to the storm. Problematic all the way around as right now Nate is currently being hunted. I don't know who this is. I couldn't see the skin very well. So this is going to be a problem. Right? This is going to be the challenge. Who is going to break first? Remember, low on mats right now is Nate. There's only so much you can build and rebuild here. You're trying your best. You don't even want to peek right now. You just don't want to give away any sort of information. You know players are currently surrounding you. I think that's triple medallions that you see above you on the minimap. Like, that is scary.
Worst scenario to be in, and you're also out in the open. The only thing that's safe is your building, and even at that, it can get eliminated. We saw how easily Seuss's lightning can strike down upon your building and just get rid of it as quickly.
Oh!
Nate just gets beamed through their own build. Find safety in a staircase, but the staircase made of wood can only last for so long. 4 opponents still remaining in this battle. Nate Merck finding a little bit of time, a little bit of silence while trying to figure out who is going to approach me.
I think just about anyone could, but no one wants to, right? The current zone is actually over a pretty open spot. You can see the triple roads or rivers kind of roaming through. It creates for very, I don't think very vertical planing. It's like there are some hills, right? That's where you're currently at, but it's still very open. So you can actually shoot each other from far away. So that's why you're kind of hiding, you're hunkering down, you're praying that you don't have to move too far. Unfortunately, the zone is going to force you out, of course. So the next circle is one to be had. Take a look. You know someone's still bunkered down in their own build. So for Nate Merckx, you're praying for a chance to kind of play spoiler here. It can be done, but with the mats in hand, your build's going to be flushed out very quickly. Go ahead, take a look, trying to snap a shot, building up quickly. It's not gonna work. You're out. You have to go back to your wood build.
Ooh. I like the layers that I'm seeing Nate play off of. You've got the wood, you've got the metal, you've got the stairs to make sure that it's creating some levels of safety for you, but still taking some of those pop shots, hopefully landing something. But as we allow things to settle, Nate has heard some shots, thinking about potentially third partying this fight. Sees some shots being pulled, going forth it, thinking, planning. There's someone to his left, right, and all around. I mean, Nate is surrounded here and needs to decide how they will set forth and continue to remain alive as the circle now enclosing on Nate. Position with the pulse
Oh.
grenade into the wide
Oh.
open and takes some damage coming forth onto the landing.
I mean, you're able to stay safe for a moment, but you don't really have any shields either. Take a look at the inventory. You don't really have any healing, so you're literally playing on life support. You are betting on the opponents to take each other out before you fall, and it looks like they've done it. Nate may be able to pick up some stragglers here. Being able to third or fourth party would be phenomenal. Go ahead, giving yourself a little bit of a taste, and there it is. Shots go out. You're shooting the wall, but not really trying to hit anyone. You're just trying to break them up, trying to get them lower. Down goes one. Minions of War is dead. Colbus gets another kill. Nate Merckx just trying to play spoiler right now, but I think that does secure it. Colbus with 3 kills and in third place at least is going, or fourth is going to be spectacular. I think Colbus has done it. Colbus is right now in the lead, so I mean, you're really looking at second, third, and fourth. How much can you get? Wings of Icarus not really going to give you... You don't go in the air. Now you do. You're trying to jump up and above, but take a look at that. You have to spiral down. It's going to be dangerous. You get sniped out of the sky. It's Colbus to get their third. Colbus now with only 2 members left in their way, washing that staircase to heaven, as that's going to be around a quick build, keeping yourself safe, and you know someone's in your way. Look at the inventory, though. Nasty inventory to be playing with. Another grenade could get you out of harm's way. Looks like you're going to play on the mountaintop here. This is going to be wide open space. The higher you are, the better. It feels like Colbus. What can you do?
At the moment, remain composed. Remain in control of this build. It's you and 2 other players. You're looking for them to get into a fight so that then you can continue to succeed. And Colbus now going into what seems to be a round that we will not be counting, folks. Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of a problem that we will get fixed ASAP, but it's good to know that Colbus hasn't skipped a beat, is still in control, knows exactly how to get to the end game and how to succeed.
Yeah, it's been good. And again, Colbus is looking better and better, and that's what we want to watch for. At the same time, we're seeing some of the players in the lower side of the bracket start to move higher up, right? In the lower standings, Nate Merckx able to kind of rat their way to safety. And you saw it there, right? Nate Merckx had no medallion, had no real adjustments. I think was able to pick up wings at the end. It was slow going, but that's what you have to do. So I really do hope to see them be able to play this next round out, and it will count. That is the hope, and maybe we get to see our finale.
You know, I was looking at the notes here for Colbus, and I'm not surprised with the amount of skill that we have seen from them. They played in the Astride SEL solo, and they were actually the champions of that. They've also had their role as IGL for their high school team and have won them multiple championships. So it makes sense, right? You have all these skills, you have all this experience. But the reason why I'm putting this out there also is for these players who are just getting back into this competitive phase and are wanting to become better. It's like you're losing to someone who has so many accolades. You're losing to someone that has so much experience, and you're putting up a fight, and that speaks volume. I am really excited for all of the other players who are kind of working towards this. And with that, we are going to take a short break, and then we're gonna, for real, bring you the last round of today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. All right, friends, we are back for real, for real. No cap. We're going in there, and we're starting off with the best of the best, Colbus.
Yeah, Colbus is in here, so to give a little bit of background, the last few rounds, unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties, so they were not counted. Again, integrity is very important, we say in this, and we take it very seriously as well. So we appreciate all of our admins, all of our observers, and our production crew really putting in the work to ensure a fair and competitive scene to work with here. Right now, Colbus is going ahead, cleaning up inside of the Brawlers Battlegrounds, so enjoying their time, and I don't think anyone else really landed here. So again, Colbus, the one to really watch for, is going to hopefully be very impressive.
Yeah, so once you get this medallion, this is a medallion that I have indeed grabbed. And this gives you additional damage to your weaponry. So this is a really
Right.
beneficial weapon that you can have along with, I believe, Ares drops a AR that does so much damage, and it is really, really nice. So definitely keep a lookout for that AR once that, there you go. That's it. Look at that. It's so beautiful. And then you get the addition of the extra damage. So I wish that I could have seen whether Colbus has continued to get this or drop here, because it could kind of sum up why they have been so successful throughout their journey through this tournament, which is you get that additional damage, you continue to get into these fights, your opponents don't have the benefit of having that damage, and then you have that mythic weapon as well along on your inventory. The one drawback about all this is the fact that your position is seen on the map at all times.
Yep. That's the downside. At the same time, if you are hunting, that's okay, right? For
Mhm.
Colbus, I don't think that's really that much of a struggle, especially if any of the top players that you're kind of worried about are going to be facing off against you. They'll probably have some of their own, right? That's the other kind of fun part about the entirety of this. If you have a medallion and you're facing off against someone else that you're actually feeling threatened by, most likely you'll see them on the map as well, right? They're not going to be running around just without one. It's too good. The pros are just outweigh the cons by a mile and a half.
Mhm.
So I appreciate that understanding. You go ahead, grab it. You say, "Hey, I know I'm here," and everyone else knows I'm here. So now I get to have all the freedom in the world to do whatever I want.
Also, the cherry on top to this location is the fact that you can farm brick. You can also farm wood. Like, there's so much inventory for you to be able to gather for your materials. And I mean, that's just extra. You get everything else on top of that. And right now, Kovis looks like they are in a good position just if they were to get into a fight.
Yep. It's I mean, at the same time, we know Colbus is like, yo, even if I didn't have mats, I'd probably be okay.
Yeah.
Like, their shots have been very, very clean, and we're seeing just very solid gameplay overall from them. So I'm wholly excited to see who the next fight is going to be. It's also surprising that Colbus has also opted to not run any of the vehicles, more than willing to just hoof it on foot, which is I would say slightly surprising to me. At the same time, much respect there.
Yeah, especially knowing the type of movement that your opponents have, right? Like there's so many. It's not like if you use the wing of Icarus, you're going to be making a lot of sound. I think it's more like you understand that the play strat is to kind of move slower.
Ooh.
By the way, OKK getting elimination there. I didn't see who it was on though.
No, that's actually huge. That was OKK actually took out Carlos. So that is a massive shift. That's why I was surprised. So a huge thing about that is again, going by the standings from before, OKK has been sitting at fourth place, got knocked out of the standings of the upper three by Carlos himself. Carlos getting dropped at ninth pretty much secures the fact that OKK will be moving up a slot if Minions of War and OKK both are able to secure at least fourth and above. I mean, they'll move, right? The number of points between second, third, and fourth is just a measly 6 points. That's it.
I think I also read that Carlos got eliminated by Seuss's Lightning, which is
Yep.
a massive feels bad. You're like, come on, really? Out of everything I could have been eliminated with, the Lightning. I mean, if you were to get hit with lightning IRL, we all know what would happen. So don't be too
Yeah,
surprised.
it feels bad. It feels horrible, but that's a huge. Honestly, for Colbus, that feels great, right?
Mhm.
For Colbus's side, whenever you see that name kind of pop up, you are always keeping track, right? You're always keeping track of that kill feed. Hey, who died? Who got taken out? Who got eliminated? Because you want to kind of ensure your placement as soon as we see if Minions of War and OKK also get eliminated by random people, we're gonna see Colbus just kind of throw caution to the wind. I think we're
Yeah.
gonna see Colbus just kind of go ham, go like, yo, I just want to get kills, want to have a blast, I want to have a lot of fun, and that's gonna be trying to eliminate as many more people as I can. I just wouldn't be surprised because at that point, who's gonna challenge you, right? The next furthest would most likely be a Ninu season, which
Mhm.
is at 43 points. Like any place you get, you're gonna be fine.
Still, though, that's not. You can see that that's not something that's currently going through Clovis's mind. It's still
Right.
farming for the materials, still taking their time, and not getting ahead of themselves too early. As we see some people, but Israel making their way up on the leaderboard. I believe I saw an elimination going their way. They're a player that we haven't seen too much of, and quite frankly, they seem to be having a little bit of a struggle. Could be because of the level of gameplay that we have here, but maybe also it could be they haven't warmed up yet.
Yeah, so OKK actually got that elimination as well. So OKK is actually on the prowl hunting, knows that they need the kills. They got the early elimination on Carlos, so they're actually just fighting against Minions of War, I think. They are actively hunting to try and get as many eliminations. You take those away. I mean, every point matters at this point, right? Like, every single elimination is going to get you that much closer, and OKK, yeah, going ahead, picking up a victory crown, just for a little bit of fun there.
Now that was picked off of Carlos because Carlos won the previous one, correct? So that's where that crown
No, it
came
was
from.
actually dropped by Yisrael.
Oh, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Because Clovis dipped out. That's right. That's right. Because it was the top two.
Hmm.
Okay, that
Yep.
all it's all coming full circle. We got it.
It's all there. It's all understood. So it is going to be that little test. And I mean, Colbus is chilling, right? Colbus is having a good time. No worries in the bucket, and I don't see any problems with that either. It's just how far are you going to go with this? And I mean, you're pretty much maxed out at this point. So there's not much else you can do, but just wander around and look for kills, right?
Yeah, while your opponents know exactly where you're at as well.
Yep.
This is a
I
nice
mean,
little area. With
we
the
enjoy it. We
fields.
enjoy our farms. It's just chilling out, having a good time. And I mean, again, you also understand that you don't really have to do anything,
Mhm.
right? As long as you stay alive, that's about 90% of your job. That's all you have to do. As Secure 25 would, I believe, put you over just about anyone else if you get first. So, see how that goes. Right now, the storm is shrinking, and I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll see how it plays out. For right now, though, I think this is a full cross map run as well. I don't think you have to go further if you don't want to, but I mean, you are literally just hoofing it across. You could have grabbed a vehicle, Cobus. You could have grabbed a vehicle.
Yeah, come on, Clovis. Keep cut the downtime. There you
Yeah.
go. Bringing us that pink car. That's so pretty. Is that a... Okay, I don't think there's brands in this. I mean, honestly, the next step for Fortnite would be to get some sort of like high-end car brand to sponsor their
Oh,
vehicles
oh.
in-game. I see why we
Well,
don't
maybe not
drive.
with that driving.
Yeah.
Maybe not with that driving. We'll leave it off on the side. It looks like they have found someone as well, right? You can see the circles crossing over now. You are hunting. You know someone's in there. So, I mean, Colbus is very confident in their gun dueling skills right now. So if they find this elimination, it'd be big.
Could be that their opponent is below ground. There is a underground bunker, or it could be, yeah, someone just bouncing around the mountain here. I mean, wait, is Clovis really trying to hide? There is no hiding, sir. your circle's moving about.
Yeah. Golbus is chilling, and you're now seeing that trace out. I think you're just waiting for an opportunity, and I think this might be it, right? As you said, there is an underground little area. You're going to go ahead and kind of grenade yourself over and chase after. Look how fast they're moving now on the minimap, chasing after one another. This is the moment. You have to know it's Golbus chasing you, so I don't disagree with this. How far are you actually going to get, though? Searching around might actually be in the air. I don't think Golbus has actually looked up yet. So maybe it's there. At the same time, it looks like they do have a spawn of that floating island. Maybe that's where they're going.
I mean, we saw how much action that floating island gets. Also, I don't think that Clovis noticed, but there was someone going towards the floating island in a vehicle. But I don't. It Clovis doesn't give me the vibe of I'm just gonna go aggro at this point. Clovis is giving me that I'm going to play this down to the wire. Just wait for the last person to be alive, and then I will go on forth and try to get the last elimination.
This is this is Golbus going all right. All right. I don't want to chase too far. Let me just show my accuracy. Mows down some NPCs and just chills out here. What else can you grab? A little extra money. 257 is pretty good. I would be happy with that payout as well if you could. Never
Same.
feels bad. Yeah. I mean, I most of the time I lose mine, so it's just like, oh, okay. Like I don't get that much anyway, but it's a nice little hold.
Oh, going back for some minis. Let's talk about the loadout. So, I feel like the option for mobility here for Colbus has been those shockwaves, and rightly so. We've seen how good it is for them to reposition, to get away from any sticky situations, or even just to reposition to a higher ground. I have questions, Colbus, but I'm not gonna ask them right now because I'm trying to get my point across. So please stop distracting me. I have ADHD. So they have that as their mobility of choice. They also have the lightning, the Zeus lightning, in order to get rid of any buildings that their opponents may want to put forth. I think pairing that with the shockwave grenade has worked wonders because we've seen how many times it's just like impossible to take control of someone's build. So having the lightning or having that movement to be able to either get higher ground or get rid of their building in general is so good in the matter that you don't have to worry. It's either I destroy your building or I reposition to take control of the higher ground off of you. So that's how we've seen a lot of success come forth for Cobus. Also, they continue to work towards that AR, which I believe is the Warforge's AR, which has like high damage. And we know that Cobus also has the Ares extra damage to the weaponry. So that's just honestly his loadout to me feels like chef's kiss. It's got the damage, it's got the mobility, and it's got the destructibility to just get rid of anything that's going to come in your path.
It's the experience coming through as well, right? There was almost no winning or wanting in that build. Like you knew what you wanted to drop, you knew what you wanted to play for, and you knew exactly what piece of equipment you wanted to have. So I give a lot of credit there, right? Very very nicely done. You're pretty much situated. You made your 5 course meal, and now you just gotta wait for an opponent to come by. That's really all it is. You can even see trying to hide and wait, trying to place that car into a little bit of a simple situation and trying to just mess with the opponents. And I mean, I wonder where the rest of the players are, right? Because I'm sure they're also hunting each other. They're all trying to find those kills. I believe, I think Minions of War is still up. OKK is still up. Mr. Mister is still alive. Thou Tempest, I think, is still running around. So there's quite a few players that can cause a couple upsets. Popping up now, that's going to be a quick couple taps. I don't think any real damage went down, though.
Nothing quite yet. All these players are just waiting. They're waiting for the perfect time to strike. And I wouldn't be surprised if circle 2, 3, that's when we get the most packed action. Everyone is just contemplating when can we go out. And if we look at the leaderboard just from the last round, we have players like Minions of War who are 56 points if they were to be able to get the victory royale, they would be able to really jump up to first place if they really wanted to, just
Hmm?
based on getting the first place. Like, the first place really matters the most.
I think it does, and I mean, you got to play smart. You got to play well, and right now for Kolbus, it's just waiting for that chance. You can actually see what they're doing. So in the top right, yeah, they're just kind of popping out here and there and trying to ensure that. Ooh,
That's
still
a lot of
no
ammo expended.
kill. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm not mistaken, they have plenty in the bucket, right? Like looking down in their bottom side, I think they're sitting well and happy. So they can be willing to kind of expend this. Like they're not worried. Oh, shots back now. Ooh, that'll be a question mark.
This is the first time that I feel like we see Kolbus not be in close quarter combat. Most of the time, it's I'm right with you. I know where you're at. I have control of your building, and I get the high ground on you. This time, it's like I'm gonna take some shots from afar and see what else happens.
Mm,
It's probably due to the fact that there's so many people left. So if you really get into a battle right
yeah.
now, you're calling everybody to come and find out what's going on.
Yeah, and I mean, considering you look down on the side, there's at least three different people. You see a couple running inside of the city right now as well. So it's like there's Cobalt is just like, yo, I don't exactly know what I want to do here. I kind of want to chill. I also want to fight. There's so many little pieces. You're also on that very, very short edge here. And I think zone is straight north of you, which is not great. You're going to have to book it. And one of the
Mhm.
options is either roundabout to the clockwise angle. You go ahead, round out to your south, and then kind of rotate behind one of the members. But at the same time, of course, you had the medallion on you. You have those extra pieces, so you are going to be spotted out. So many little things to think about, right? So many little pieces that you got to kind of keep track of. Oh, is the car just outside? Yeah.
I
You're going to
think
hoof it. Doesn't get that much damage, but
you also are running on low damage, and your driving skills. Come on, Kovis. Let's be honest; they're not quite
all right, there
there.
we go. All right. Yeah, low fuel, as you mentioned. This is going to be a little bit spicy depending on how you drive up. You're driving up behind two other people right now. This could be a little bit scary. Vehicles down on the ground, buildings are already set, and I mean, you roll your way straight into danger and quickly have to board up. This is looking a little bit spicy here. Last time Colvis was on the low ground, they got eliminated at third.
They did indeed. Oh my! Talk about walking into
No.
danger's way. He
Oh
said,
my
"Hey
gosh.
yo, how's it going? I'm here. What's going on? Am I invited to the party?" Party closely shut before them.
I can't believe Colvis did that. That was like the worst time for your vehicle to run out of gas. It was legitimately you are zero gas straight in front of someone else, aiming at the sky, and you're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Cole was getting out of, I think, a pretty precarious situation that could have ended in their death very, very quickly. This is the first time, Cute Noob, I believe, that we are going to this circle, this zone, with 7 people alive.
Sheesh. And
Uh-oh.
at every corner, Phobos 1 getting out of one sticky situation into another just as quickly. Finding, though, the help of the dashes from this POI. And being able to also gather some more material after trying to run away from one situation to another. Grimm's Gates not looking so grim at the moment.
Being able to get a lot of information here, right? You see someone running along the riverside and someone else building across the way. Zone is also going to move to the northwest, so you want to take out this opponent as quickly as possible. You have plenty of ammo, but you got to reload, keep yourself safe. You do have a shotty in the back pocket as well as that Zeus bolt, so a lot of, as you said, the chef's kiss of inventories to work with. But where is the opponent going to go? You try to situate yourself pretty much in the middle in case things go a little bit awry here. So I'm kind of sitting here going, you know, exactly what is going to be that main choice. Shots go out. You're going to have to boost yourself out. You gotta keep yourself safe. You're gonna go high, and you put yourself in a precarious spot straight at the top of the mountain. A final lightning bolt is not going to land. No real damage there. So you fall to the ground. No one dead. Still fighting for supremacy. Ariel, do you get them? You do. The snipe is good. Kolbas finding the first kill of this round.
This is good. This is actually great situation to be if you're Kolbas. You gather all your opponents, have them fight amongst each other, find one, and then find safety as well. Let the dust settle. Regather your position and start hunting for more.
I mean, it's a minimum, right? That is the minimum that you have to have right now. And keep in mind, in about 10 seconds, all of these players are going to have to run. 5 players left. That was Tempest that Kolbas killed, and then another on the back end. I wasn't able to see who it was, but I mean, people are dropping pretty dang quickly. This is going to be a challenge. Here we go. Minute on the clock to start moving and grooving. The train's going to help out a little bit. But I mean, it's going in the wrong direction, so how much can you really do? Hopping on top of someone else's build. You're going to try and kind of pathway your way up. I think it's going to happen, though. Questions abound. That's a shot from the back. Misses all of them. Kolbas has to run.
Kolbas has no movement grenades, no shockwaves, nothing to help
Ooh.
get them closer. A shot. Nailed. Minis helping so far for the time remaining. Continues to build, continues to gather more space through this build. Now working through the metal, only 100 left in the inventory.
Oh, no.
Falls down, gets back up, has 3 dashes. That's going to be the only mobility available in the inventory of Kolbas, who's now facing 4 opponents, still alive, still healthy, still searching for him.
I mean, it's crazy that we have 5 in this tight, closed area. They're all going to drop like flies very, very quickly. That's going to be skybound, and you shoot someone out. Do you actually get the kill? No, they bounce, and you're still hunting. 5 still alive, still waiting. No real damage to be had. Chasing after their shadow. A quick couple taps. They're only in wood. Everyone running out of mats now. Might turn into almost a 0 build situation. However, that's going to be your layering dropped out. Your platform is annihilated, and Kolbas eating a lot of damage here. This is a problem. Everyone else is in front. The wood stockpiles are going up. Who else are you going to find? A little bit of a dash out. You don't get to decide in time. You're right beside someone. Who gets this kill? You're out of the zone. You're locked away. This is a problem. Nate Lurks is still alive, but you only have the laser. You're dead. You're dead at 3rd.
And OKK
And it's
now
down
takes
to
it
just
over.
1.
OKK hunting for the last. Mercs being the last remaining. OKK trying to secure this dub to get themselves back into the first place. Can they do it? Their opponent in the storm. OKK just jumping, searching, hunting. They get some shots. They do land them, but a shot in return. The storm takes their opponent, and OKK finds the victory.
And that was Minions of War again. The lightning bolts by Kolbas to realize that things were dire. Said, hey, I gotta get that kill. I cannot allow that opponent to get away. You secure 3rd off of that. That might have been the final little piece that you needed to stay alive. So well played by everyone in the top 5 there.
Yeah, I kind of can't help but feel like Kolbas spent so much time just chilling, being like, I'm good. I have a placement. It's going to come down to the last eliminations and the placement. Because just to remind you guys, based on what I have, because I took a picture here because I was like, this is going to be important. We had Kolbas at 65. We had Car Lost, which went down pretty early at 57. Minions of War at 56. And then OKK at 51. So, yes, we do see a little bit of a gap, but 14 points is not a lot. 14 points gets canceled out completely by winning that first place, which OKK did manage to get. How many eliminations did OKK get? That is going to be the question, and that's going to be the dictator, I feel like, for whether OKK manages to maybe potentially swipe out Kolbas from that first place. I don't know. It's going to be close.
It's going to be extremely close, and Minions of War at the same time. Pretty much this does secure the fact that Carlos should be down in about 4th. Either way, we saw all 3 being able to make their way up. So Carlos, I think, solid showing. At the end of the day, round 3 was theirs. They played very, very well. It felt good. But I mean, you got eliminated early, so unfortunately you weren't able to keep your spot. Fourth place, I think, still gets a chunk of the prize pool.
Mhm.
But I do agree. If it does end up that Kolbus got locked out, keep in mind that I think you still get about, let's say for third, I think you still get maybe like 15 points.
Mhm.
So it's more about like a 27 to 28 point gap that you're trying to overcome here. So I don't think it's impossible that Kolbus is still in the lead. Um, we'll just have to wait and see, right? At the end of the day, this was a very tight knit race, and I loved every moment of it.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I am not that great at Fortnite, so being able to see people who are great at Fortnite makes me happy, and it makes me realize I need to play more Fortnite. So will I be doing that potentially after this? But I'm excited to crown our winner. I think that our production is getting fast to working, so we will be able to get you that pretty quickly. But before I tell you about that, let me tell you one last time about our wonderful organization here, or sorry, our wonderful company here, which is Spin. They are a platform that allows you as a student to connect with coaches and get sponsorships for your future in college. If you are interested, if you are in high school, maybe even still in college and are looking to compete at the higher space of Fortnite, this is your opportunity to be able to connect with these coaches, invite them to any tournaments that you have going on to check out your gameplay and potentially scout you to play for them. There are even some rare cases where you could get your whole tuition paid for. So make sure you do exclamation mark sponsorship in our chat to get connected with all of these amazing scouts and potential colleges that you can attend.
It's something to be said when, again, during this entire time, I think a lot of these players were also in a college fair
Mhm.
earlier on. Spin allows a lot of these people to have access to materials that normally you wouldn't really have, right? There are colleges across the nation that are always hunting, but sometimes they don't know where to hunt for, and that, it leans into the fact that even these colleges are using this portal to access or reach out to players that normally they wouldn't really be able to see, right? Like if there's a school out in California that is, I mean, you look where I'm at, I'm in Kansas, right? In any other situation, you normally wouldn't see that interaction, but because of something like Spin, you can get in contact with talent that maybe you have not seen before. So
Mhm.
it goes both ways. The players are allowed access to so many more schools than they normally might not have, and the schools themselves also get to find so many other players, and that's why also that you come in with a specialized coach, you get someone inside of Spin that is able to walk you through a lot of this that's going on, saying, hey, these are schools that might work a little bit better towards what you're gearing for, right? They might have your degree or anything like that. You need those coaches along the way, and again, Stay Plugged In has all of those tools to use, so it's very, very important, and it's awesome that they're providing this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I would, again, love to have been in this scenario when I was in high school. But now you guys get the benefit and you guys get to be a part of it. So make sure you share with your friends too. It's cool that you're hearing the information, but share with your friends because some people, they may be busy right now or they don't even are aware about these opportunities. So share them, share our social medias. Make sure you follow us here on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're watching uh, subscribing, following. I think you mentioned that there's different tournaments going on as well, Orbital. You've worked with Spin quite a lot more. So why don't you give us a little rundown of what's to come and what else we can expect for the future?
Yeah, actually, there is another showcase coming up. So not only do they have the Carry to College tournaments, there are so many different events that Stay Plugged In has. Next week, actually, same time, same place, is going to be another showcase. This one, though, is going to be a little bit different. That one's actually going to be a Valorant and League of Legends, so a little bit more of
Hmm.
the Riot side of things. It's going to be very fun. We're going to see how many players actually sign up for that. And every single showcase is actually usually affording, I believe, two different events. Today we had Fortnite as well as Super Smash Brothers, and that
Hmm.
is something that I do want to kind of talk about as well because we didn't get to talk about it as much. I believe the bracket is still running. No, the bracket is done.
Wow.
Actually, on both ends, I do apologize. So, to give a little bit of an update for those that may be tuning in, saying, "Hey, where's Smash?" Smash actually happened on the other side. The East Smash Showcase, I believe, saw Master 1801 take the entire victory in that bracket. And then for the Central and West double elimination bracket, it was Angelo that came
Mm.
out with the dub there. So, you know, a little bit of a side case there, but massive shout out to everyone that competed in the Super Smash Brothers side of things. Spin has so many different events, so many different games being covered. I know they do TCGs as well sometimes, which is really, really fun. But yeah, next week on Saturday, once again, it will be League of Legends and Valorant.
I'm excited for that. I want to see what the high school slash college side of Valorant looks like, because I get to see a little bit more of like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, and obviously like tier 1 as well, because I consume it so much. So to be able to see what the high school scene of Valorant looks like is really exciting, because they eventually kind of segue into each other. So make sure you tag your friends, share it on social media, get a team going, and sign up so that I can watch you guys next Saturday. But we're still waiting here for the leader or scoreboard to be ready for us. What else do we have here? How did you enjoy the new season? What did you think about the new map, the new POIs, the new medallions, the new weapons?
I love it. I will always say I love the fact of watching a lot of the new techniques come in here. I'm a very big fan of change. The reason for that is I think it keeps the game fresh, it keeps it in everyone's mind, and it's understandable that it's not always going to be balanced, right? There are some people that are going to be sitting there going, "Yo, this doesn't feel good. It doesn't
Mhm.
feel like it's a very even game," but that's not always the goal. A lot of the time, you want it to have balance. Don't get me wrong, but there are some things that you just like you can't really balance. It's about keeping it fresh, keeping it enjoyable for people to play, and I think that they hit it on the head, right? The vast split between the glacial areas and then the underworld and all of that, the vibes of having mythology come down and play out. I, of course, when I play, I don't really play in squads or anything. It's just like, it's just myself. So if I ever do get the chance, I think it'd be very interesting to watch a lot of those god fights. You know, if you're
Mhm.
fighting Hades or Zeus or anyone with an actual squad, see what happens. You know, a lot more battles probably occur around there. You know, 3 or 4 squads showing up here. So I love the new map. It feels great. There's so many terrain differences, and the zones account for that as well, allowing players to kind of realize, oh crap, I actually have to move. There's not always just a vertical building in your way. So
Yeah.
it's very, very appreciative of the new map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The variety. Before, I felt like the map looked a little bland. It was too autumny for me. I was like, oh, this is it's not fun. And now that they have added the temple and the underworld, it's a nice contrast for sure. And the boss fights, I think, really added more element of struggle for the battle royale scene, because I felt like before, of course, the struggle's already fighting within squads, but now that you have this objective that you have to battle for, that gets you this really big reward. Because I feel like, did you also feel like the medallions really added an extra layer to the fighting?
Mhm. It does. And I think that's just exactly what they wanted, right? We talked about the medallions having the ability to either give a damage boost or anything like that, or have movement. And for me, in Battle Royales, it's a lot about the movement. Being able to position yourself in a proper spot, getting a better angle on someone. I think we saw it in round, I want to say round 2. It was an explosive ending. That we saw someone literally just dash to the side, knew that the opponent did not have a wall up, and said, I got your backside. And that repositioning aspect brings about more than just your standard sit and wait moment. So I really do appreciate the medallions, and I really, really like the additions that have come across.
Yeah, the one thing I am gonna, because we're like basically cheering up Fortnite and being like, yeah, we love the new season. But the one thing I did not like was the Medusa skin. I was like, what is
Oh,
this? This ain't no Medusa skin. So I have to give one bad tally there if I had to give one.
okay, okay.
But I'm done keeping you guys waiting, guys. We are ready to see the leaderboard. We are ready to crown our champions. Let's check it out. As a reminder, fourth place, third place, second place, and first place get a prize of that $500 prize pool. So let's take a look at our leaderboard so we can say where we're going here.
Da 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 da. It is going to be OKK, and I want to say that's correct. Because
Correct.
Kolbas,
Yeah, yeah.
Kolbas should have more points. I believe. Oh, okay. So I have just learned that in the rounds, I did not realize this. I do apologize. The lowest scoring round, I believe, was eliminated. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, yeah, OKK ekes out a win. We said that was gonna be the big part. OKK taking the dub.
Yeah, it was close. We mentioned like all three players in the first to fourth even were in like the 50s range. The fact that Carlos went down so early really cemented the fact that they were not going to fight for either first or second, especially being that Minions of War had that play style of slower, more methodical, more patient. They literally were the definition of patience. If you looked up
Mm-hmm.
patience on Google, Minions of War copied and pasted right there. Their image sewn into your mind forever. And that's how they kind of secured their way into the third. But Colvis, that must be a hard one, hard pill to swallow because you know that you tried your best. You know that you went for fights. You know that you were fighting out in build fights. But it came down to that last interaction because like you
Mm-hmm.
just stated, we did take away one game. We were only counting 3 of them. And OKK was the one that was continuously going for those fights, fighting those eliminations, and ending themselves in first, second place in placement. So that's kind of what solidified that. And I'm not surprised, but I'm also really excited for OKK and Kolbis because, as we mentioned, there are some coaches that are here to scout these players. And we had to give us a special extra round of applause here for OKKBF, who was our champion of today.
Yeah, that entire last round was what sealed it, right? That entire scuffle at the end we knew was going to be a little bit chaotic, but a huge part about battle royales is also being we talk about adjusting to the opponent. We talk about having that ability to kind of fluctuate depending, but one of the last things is being proactive, whether it be in school, whether it be reaching out to anyone or playing in video games. Always being proactive, always being that one to reach out, try and put your best foot forward, and just taking that leap, taking that chance. That's what's important. OKK at the very end showed it off, right? Stepped up, said, hey, I gotta take the fight, I gotta be willing to take that chance, and they came out on top with the victory royale. Really, really good job there.
And with that, again, congratulations to OKK. They get to be our March 2024 Stay Plugged In Showcase Fortnite champion, and they get the $250 prize pool. I hope they don't spend it in all V-Bucks. I hope they buy something really, really nice. Maybe some dinner because it's about, or actually lunchtime because it's about lunchtime. So potentially they might get that. But a reminder to all of you guys hanging out with us here today, Stay Plugged In is here to help you connect with coaches and coaches for you to connect with players. So make sure you go check out our website, follow us on our socials, and stay tuned for our event tomorrow, which is going to be League of Legends and some Valorant. It has been a pleasure. It has been IQ Noob along
Next week.
here
Next
with
week.
Orbital.
Next week.
Oh, it's next week. I'm sorry. I'm like,
next week.
come
Next
back
week. Yeah.
tomorrow. Why don't you? Hey, I'm just driving more viewership to here. I'm like,
Hey.
come back. We'll be here next week. Excuse me. Next week we will have Valorant and some League of Legends. It has been a pleasure, and we hope you enjoyed the rest of your Saturday. We'll catch you next week. Bye bye.